in my heart, you're in my mind. You're the one I left behind. I'm a weirdo, I'm a creep. I'm the one who watches when you sleep. This life is a lie I'm living in. If this is the end, then I'm giving in. No way in hell I'm gonna die today. I guess I'll die another day. Another day. I guess I'll die another day. Another day. I guess I'll die another day. Everybody that I ever met, I ever been around, I feel like if I let them in, then I'ma really let them down. I know they wonder why I never ever seen it come around, cause I've been feeling empty in my heart, I wanna shut it down. I don't know why I feel this way. Depression is holding me, I can't explain. I swear it feel like I'm going insane. I swear it feel like I'm going insane. Feeling like nobody love my soul. Feeling like nobody know me though. I deserve to be alone. I deserve to be in pain. I do not deserve this world. Somebody put a bullet in my brain. No sunshine, only rain. I wish I had overcame. Don't know why I think this way. Pray to God I don't think this way. Pray the devil don't take me away, but the world don't give a damn anyway. And this life is a lie I'm living in. If this is the end, then I'm giving in. No way in hell I'm gonna die today. I guess I'll die another day. Another day. I guess I'll die another day. Another day. I guess I'll die another day. Run away from me to set you free. Run This life is a lie I'm living in. If this is the end, then I'm giving in. No way in hell I'm gonna die today. I guess I'll die another day. Another day. I guess I'll die another day. Another day. I guess I'll die another day. Run away.
All right, chat. Shall we get to it? Momentarily, I do need to find some... I was going to say I do need to find some music. I think I'll just go with the same playlist that we usually have on. It's just a classic, you know? It's just a classic. Today, we are jumping straight to... If this works properly... Hey, there we go. Straight to the PNG tuber. No VTubing today, because I think we will be jumping straight into the videos that I have for us to watch today. And whilst we do that, I've got a few minis that I still want to assemble. Hey, Slippers. How you doing, buddy? Hi. Let's see. Who do we have here? Quite a few names. Should I make this a regular occurrence that we go live a little bit earlier? Let's see, who do we have here? Why do I have more Americans ready to go when I've gone live earlier? When it's like very early for you lot than I do usually when I'm hitting the go live at 8 p.m. Hey, Peepo, 10 stream streak. Chris on the side of purple. Oh, cause bald. Yeah, nice. Fuck you. Also, this is... Hold on. I want to make sure... Nope. I want to make sure that I've actually, because I've moved things about, but I think I might have moved it a little bit, yeah, a little bit too aggressively about. Hold on. I'd have to, maybe this is going to be a little bit better. Because I want, there we go, it should be alright-ish. It's not ideal, but it'll do. It's 11 p.m. for me. Oh, 11 a.m. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, because it is for most Americans that I've got here. It will be quite early for you guys. Usually when I go live at 8 p.m., I know it's depending on where you're from, it's either like early afternoon or some of you are wrapping up work right as I'm going live. But now it's very early and you lot are here. Hi, and welcome. All right, let's see. Peepo, Johnson, Fiddy. Slip is here. Semi, long time no talk. How are you doing, my friend? And Beans was here earlier today. And Diz, hi. Yeah, I've gone live earlier today because I want to end the stream earlier as well. Because I've got a little thing that I want to do today evening. And there'll be no stream tomorrow. I've already let you guys know in Discord, but I just want to double check, you know, clarify early on at the start of the stream so that everyone knows. No stream tomorrow. As I've got my stag party. So I don't know when I'll be back. I don't know if I'll be back. All I know is that I'm going tomorrow. And the rest is going to be history. Hey, BB, how you doing, buddy? The who party? The stag. Yeah, the stag party. That's what it's called in English, right? Because it's the hen do and a stag party. Going where? I don't know. Hey, there's 45
have fun with the stag penis.
Months in the UK, yeah? What is it called in America? What do you lot do over there? Why does it pop up saying... Do you guys have that pop up as well in chat? May, help me earn points to reach plus level 1. 9 out of 100. That's just a sad fucking notification to put in chat. That's not even like... I can't even play an angle of like, hell yeah, give me a few subbies, we'll get there. It's 9 out of 100. Why is this That's just depressing. Stag in a UK pronunciation for bachelor. It's... Oh yeah, because you guys you just call it bachelors and bachelorettes, right? You lot are fucking boring. You've taken a perfectly functional language and you just dumbed it down. What's wrong with stag party and a hen do? Why can we not just... Is that off limits? But also, on the note of, you know, me having my stag party tomorrow, obviously, I would love to invite all of you. Unfortunately, I cannot. But if you want to, you know, throw a few subbies, biddies, or otherwise a direct donation my way, I will pretend you're there with me in spirit. Wait, but I thought you graduated years ago? What the fuck are you on about, Slippers? Bachelor's party, you know, when you're getting married and your friends take you out for a party? Like the last party, supposedly, before you get married. You're going to get male strippers. I do not want anything to do with strippers. I already told my friends, if they take me to a strip club or if they take me to anything of that general variety, I'm just leaving. Although I don't really have friends that do shit like that, so I should be alright. It's not cheating if it's men. Johnson, I know you really want to be a part of this, but trust me, bro. Trust me. Not today. Right, we've got 4 videos for today. We've got how to tell your cast from your appearance. Appearance? Nice one. Let me try that one again. Fuck me. How to tell your cast from your appearance. There we go. We can speak the beautiful English language. The weird world of girl dads. The Boys finale was bad, and I do want to rant about this. I don't know if you've watched The Boys yet or not, but it is in fact not a very good finale. And Americans who love their Polish heritage, parenthesis, not really. This was recommended to me by Cheeto, which is a funny coincidence because I actually know this YouTuber. My fiance watches her now and then. I quite like her. And this is to be fair, this would make for a banger fucking YouTube series, and there is a lot that can be done with this. If I was not a lazy bastard, I could exploit my heritage like a motherfucker. But there is a whole... to be fair, this isn't just in America. It's just very popular in America on account of the fact that, you know, your stupidity tends to just make the rounds more than anyone else's. But that's because, you know, the USA kind of owns the internet. But I will be clear, you get the same shit in, like, Germany, right? And that's our fucking neighbor. And essentially what it is just people who are... like, they were Polish once upon a time, right? Like, 4 generations ago. They feel the tether of the fatherland quite strongly. And as such, they have certain opinions, beliefs, perhaps... recipes that they wish to share. And I think it will be a fun video for us to watch together. The Boys finale was kind of air. I will be ranting about that later. I am not too happy with that finale. Obviously, it could have been much worse, to be clear. It could have been much worse, right? Like, we could have had fucking Game of Thrones equivalent. It could have been truly tragic. By comparison, at least it ended kind of the way it was supposed to. It's just that every minor plot line of the final season that was leading us to the ending makes no sense. So it's just sort of, it's just weird, you know? It's just not great. It really isn't. No spoilers, I'm gonna watch it tonight. What do you think? No spoilers, I'm gonna be honest with you, mate. Obviously, we're not doing that segment just yet, but when we are doing that segment, I don't think we're gonna be able to avoid spoilers. We're gonna be talking about the finale. Danny in YouTube chat saying we're just stupid early. I don't know if you meant to say early or if you meant to say really, but I feel you, Danny. I feel you. I saw stats that Poland had it. I saw stats that had Poland as one of the fattest nations, more than America. Thoughts? I very much doubt that's true. I don't think any like Western nation has you beat in that regard. I'd be very surprised. I can feel my Mongolian steps from my ancestors. It's sort of that vibe, yeah. Just tell me when the spoilers start and I'll tab out. Oh, don't worry, Johnson. I will like do 17 fucking spoiler warnings like we usually do when I get to that point. Breaking news, Democrats caved to those tanky lefty influencers and released the 2024 autopsy. Unfortunately, it's 192 pages long, so I don't have TLDR for you yet. I will be very interested in what it says once it's maybe not 192 pages long. I'm ridiculously out of the loop. All I know it's a TV show, but no clue about, not clue what about or anything else. It is a sort of satire of a modern sort of hyper-capitalist America, except the central point of it is that superheroes are in fact real. And initially, you are led to believe that those superheroes are born naturally and it's just like the chosen ones. And as the story progresses, you find out they're actually made artificially, and it's like a whole commentary on sort of the ruling class in many ways. It's kind of decent, actually. I feel like the first 3 seasons, at the very least, are really good. Season 4, I have no memory of whatsoever, and Season 5 is sort of just largely a disappointment, but at least it ended in a way that's not an absolute fucking travesty. But we will talk about that more later when we actually get to that point, because there is a whole ass fucking video that we want to watch. I kind of want to do the Americans who love their Polish heritage, parentheses, not really, first. And when we do that, I have some minis to assemble. I think we have 5 Stormcast Eternals Vanguard Hunters, and we've got 3 Etherwings. I think that's what they're called. Like little bird creatures from the Stormcast Eternals army. So I will be assembling those. Still no painting for the time being. I don't have the setup to make it so that painting's a realistic proposition here. It just, as of right now, it just isn't. I can only apologize, but for the time being, I'm kind of just happy that you're liking the hand cam portions of the streams where we assemble some minis, so I'm going to be doing that still for a little while. And obviously, as I've got the time and as things in my real life are slowing down a little bit, we will look into certain other options ahead for us. Not to sound like a pretentious little cunt, but Watchmen did it better. Watchmen is just really good in general, to be honest. But Watchmen also had the luxury of not being a TV show, right? Of not needing to do an hour worth of content 10 times per, like, season, or 8 times per season for 5 seasons straight, right? Watchmen would be fucking shit if they were dragging it out to make as much money out of it as possible as well. That's just the pragmatic reality. Polish American here. Hell yeah, Fiddy. Let's see how let's see if you fall in the let's see if you fall in the category that we're going to be talking about today. I also have I'll show you in a sec. Hold on. First of all, let me see if you can actually.
Hi.
One sec, Kasia, one sec. Also hi. You can see her now. If I do this, you can see it still. And if I do this, should be able to see my desk. Hey, look at that. There we go. Fucking class. I went and bought the regular Warhammer plastic glue, okay? Because last time I was using the Tamiya cement, spilt it, went on my mouse. Bad times, okay? The way how plastic cement works is it sort of, it burns out the plastic to meld it together. Which is not a good thing that happens when it falls on your mouse. It's quite shit of a feeling, actually, that was. But now we've got this. We've got this. I overpaid for this, okay? The pricing structure that Games Workshop is a cunt. Games Workshop is a proper cunt. Fucking, I think this was 30 zloty, which is, I don't know how much that's going to be, like $7? That is not a good amount to pay for just like a little fucking tub of glue. It says half an ounce. It has fucking ounces on it for some reason. Who gives a fuck about ounces in Poland? I mean, to be fair, they do in the UK. And the UK is retarded in that way, though. Because in the UK, they will measure your fucking weight with stone still. It's never buy GW. It's overpriced as fuck. Yeah, but the thing is, I just want plastic glue. Normal ass fucking plastic glue. And that's what that is. So I feel like we might as well get started, eh? Wait, wasn't that included in the? Why isn't that included in the box? Cheeto, depends what box. However, glue is not included in any of the boxes. Some boxes come with not minis that you glue, but that you push fit, those don't need glue. But even in the ones that do need glue, it doesn't come with glue. You need to buy the glue separately. But also, what we're building today doesn't come from a box. I bought it secondhand on Vinted, and they didn't sell me it with the glue, you know.
My name is Kasia, and
I
have an unhealthy obsession with niche Facebook groups.
How much to do a nail painting stream? Beans, DM me that exact thing, and I'll put it as one of the subathon goals. Yeah, absolutely. We can do 2 tiers of that goal. We can do one where I do my own, one hand, right? And then we can do another where my fiance does my hand and she does like professional shit with it.
And one of them that has a special place in my heart is called I Love My Polish Heritage Group. Why? That's a good question that I should probably save for my next therapy session. Let's just say it perfectly combines my three very special
DM me
interests.
as well, though, okay?
Facebook groups, old people, and my complicated relationship with the culture of the United States of America. I am Polish, as you can probably hear. I was born, grew up, and currently live in Poland, which apparently doesn't come without saying. Not in the United States, at least, as I realized when I was there for the first time. That's when my colleague said to me that her friend is also Polish, and only from the context of the conversation was I able to conclude that her friend was never, in fact, been to Poland, nor does she speak the language. Does it make a difference? My colleague asked.
I will say, okay, because there's reason to be snobby about these things. I don't think it's that big of a deal if you don't speak the language. I don't really, I don't think people give a fuck all that much. Do you know what it actually is? Do you know what? Fuck, I just reminded myself of this. Oh god, I forgot about this. Oh no, oh the memories are coming back to me. Holy fuck. Beans, I think you were here. I know a few of you were, but this is like ancient fucking knowledge right here. This is either before I moved back to Poland, or it's like very early after I've moved back. I was on a panel talking about, it was a WIC panel with a few other people talking about heritage and being a foreigner and immigration and a whole bunch of that shit. And there was a dude on that panel, Sprouticus, who was Sprouticus was sharing how, in his opinion, immigrants feel about certain things. And I thought to myself, well, hold on, Sprouty boy. It's not that your opinion's not valuable here, but like there's a lot of confidence behind those statements, you know, which, and you're like a very raw American, so to speak. And Sprouticus has dropped perhaps one of the best fucking quotes ever. If you're an American and you're ever arguing with anyone about just immigration topics, this is like, you should always keep that fucker holstered and then just bang away at the right moment. He said that he said that he can speak to the immigrant experience because he's a 5th generation immigrant, which was just such a priceless fucking thing to hear. I don't know how to respond to that. To this day, fucking 2 years have passed and that still rattles around in my skull, and I don't have a good response to that. I don't know what to say when somebody tells you that they are a 5th generation immigrant. What does that mean? I'm going to teach my great-grandkid that line. It wouldn't even be the great-grandkid, right? Because hold on, it would be you, your mum, your grandma, your great-grandma, your great-great-grandma. Okay, so it is no, it's great-great-grandkids, right? Because it's 5 fucking generations. Couldn't script that for satire. No, it was just, I fucking love Sprouticus though. He's such a good sport. That was just a wild fucking statement to say, that's all.
Well, it kinda does to me. At first, it felt really weird to hear people say, I'm Italian, I'm Irish, I'm Polish, when what they really meant was my ancestors came here from. Nobody really cares that much about their heritage or background in the other parts of the world that I've been to. And there are some obvious reasons why. The US is a relatively young country that was formed under a specific set of circumstances. Circumstances of sudden and violent colonization. A lot of American families have a quite recent history of immigration. Arriving at the New World, those families wanted to preserve and pass on their culture. They often formed tight communities and experienced discrimination from...
I'll be back in a minute.
from other cultural or ethnic groups. That context makes it very clear why so many Americans still identify with the nationality of their ancestors. The Facebook group they form are typically filled with family recipes or pictures from local festivals or interesting facts about Polish culture, for example. You know, it's usually wholesome content, but not always. But usually. So why am I making fun of those people? Am I just mean? Yes, but let's not forget that some things can be really innocent and really funny at the same time. And that's okay. Not everything has to be problematic to be worthy of mockery. I am obviously not punching down here. Because let's be honest, when somebody asks a question about a very specific Polish word, and other Americans, instead of asking someone who actually speaks the language, proceed to just make shit up, it's really hard not to laugh. Gotta love the name my customer put on his boat. Na zdrowie. We had one on Lake Michigan put on his boat. Na zdrowie. We had one on Lake Michigan called Co to jest? Somewhere on Lake Michigan, there is a boat called What is that? And I think it's beautiful. Git yet. What is this? Did you eat yet? How is it Polish? Not
I am muted, yeah. How long have I been muted for? It's been I've been talking to myself for a minute, ain't I? Oh, shithouse. Yeah, look, it do be like that sometimes since the boats. Okay, yeah, Nadzdrovie is not a word. I can't translate that one for you, Chido, I'm afraid. That's what that was supposed to say. That boat name is Nazdrovie, which would translate to bless you, like if somebody sneezes. Or you could also say this when you are taking a shot of a drink, for example. You could say na zdrowie, as in to indicate that this is for good health. Cheers, yeah, what Amenax just did. But na zdrowie is none of those because that's not a word. Git yet is also not in Polish.
Polish. It is where I live. Don't be all wound up. Dzień dobry all. Are there any Polish people?
Dzień dobry. Oh no. To be fair though, I would give this one a break. An effort was made. It is shit effort, okay? But at least phonetically I understand what this person's saying. They're trying to say dzień dobry, as in good morning, right? I understand this-ish, kind of. Not ideal, but you know, I'm not going to make an issue out of it. Oh, so yeah, sorry, Chido. I called you a bitch earlier, but I was muted, so I don't know where we stand with that one.
People from Florida? I am wondering if I have any współlokatorów. It's dzień dobry.
I mean, współlokatorów is okay. The tense of it is... Actually, no, this one's... I would give this one a break. This one gets a pass.
Actually, I went to Prague and they told me this is how it's pronounced. But thank you for your opinion.
Okay, never mind. That's gone down the shitter.
This is just a matter of opinion. There is no way of telling how Polish words are actually pronounced. My mom used to call me a Sava when I would come home from the bar. She said it meant barfly. I wanted to get a tattoo of a fly sitting at the bar and the word, but I can't find anything remotely like Sava. Any ideas? Thank you.
I'm coming up empty. They mean współlokatorów as in neighbors, as in fellow Poles? Ooh, if they mean it that way, then that's incorrect. Oh, sova, as in, okay, an owl. I have come back home late on many an occasion, and I don't think my mum ever called me an owl. POV, me learning Polish and Chris dying inside it, how bad it is. I am actually very, very patient when it comes to teaching people things. It's just a matter of wanting to be taught, which a lot of these people... It's a requirement they do not meet.
I think they meant sova, which means owl. It would be amazing though if they actually went with it and got a tattoo of a fly captioned owl. For me, the best tattoos are always those that confuse the hell out of everybody. I'm glad we have a sense of humor. Nostrovia. What's Nostrovia?
Oh, Nostrovia. Oh. Polish-American version of Nazwodwie. Nazwodwie, yes.
American version of Nazwodwie. It's Nazdrowie. It's so easy to Google. Why are they doing this? Thank you for letting me join. Love to read up on our heritage and looking forward to learning more. Dziękuję. Please correct my spelling. I could correct them and say it's dziękuję, but dziękuję just sounds...
Maybe it's a Polish-Italian guy. That'd be okay. No, that's like a whole vibe right there. Dziękuję, you know. It's like, but you have to do one of these bad boys, like dziękuję, you know. It's that one I can fuck with. Yeah, it's just that's a I like this one. Plus, again, at least they're open to being corrected. Could have they Googled it? Yeah. Would it have been difficult to do? No. But look, they're excited. Meaning, dziękuję means thank you, Chido.
Sounds so much better. From now on, it's dziękuję. Dziękuję.
Oh,
Dziękuję. And by
see, she's
far,
doing the
my
Italian thing as well.
Are all the variations for the traditional Polish dish gołąbki.
Oh no, I am, yeah.
Oh
no. So gołąbki, that actually does translate. It means pigeons, but it's not like very associated with that, if you know what I mean. But oh no, gołąbki is probably going to be something as well, just not food. Speaking Polish in an Italian accent to mock real Italians. That is a vibe, though. That is a vibe.
Gołąbki, golwanki, gołapki, głąbki, goblaki, golmakis. You burned them, golmakis. It's burned. These people are wrong. But it doesn't mean they are doing something wrong. They think they know how to spell something. They don't. Not a big deal. I myself have probably done like a dozen mistakes already in this video. Although I would never argue with a native English speaker that my English is better than theirs. Never mind, it's fine. It gets a little bit weirder though when they actually decide to permanently tattoo those words on their body. Rodwina. It has a spelling mistake. Educate me, please. Was it supposed to be family? If yes, then it's rodzina. I've spent a couple months researching and always came up with the V. I guess it's time for a touch-up after 12 years anyway. Thanks.
How does one do... Who the fuck designs a glue container to be at an angle? What is the difference between dzięki and the other one? Dziękuję. So dzięki is more informal. It's like thanks. Dziękuję is the proper full thank you. I guess it stays though. So it's just a matter of how nicely proper you want to sound, Chido. Because dziękuję is the full version, right? Thank you. Other than that, the connotations are the same as in English, right? Thanks versus thank you. It is a pretty cool language, to be fair. I will open that on my second monitor, and I don't promise we'll get to it, but when we get to it, I will tell you why you're wrong, Doctor.
Lynn. Be so real with me right now. How many months exactly did it take you to research one word? What ancient grimoires did you have to recover from the bottom of the ocean? And how did you still come up with the wrong word? Stężenie. Stężenie.
Oh no. Oh no, they meant concentration as in to focus, and they went with the Polish concentration as in like concentration of one liquid in another. It's a whole different word. What they're looking for is koncentracja.
As in concentration of X in Y? Yes. Concentration, strength, focus, etc.
Oh, this
The
is
falcon is for guidance and reminding me of where I come from and where I'm going. Sarah just admitted, you thought it meant focus. By the way, on the Polish emblem, it's an eagle, not a falcon. Mr. Belaski, why did you have to crucify that poor eagle on a sword? And with the maple leaves around it,
Maybe he's
are
Canadian.
Canadians coming for us? Why eagle is facing wrong way? Because it is a Polish eagle. It's okay, Barbara, please don't scream at me. Why is it so red? Is it burned? It's burned. Okay, we had our fun, but it's still fine. It's their body. They can do whatever they want with it. And they have every right to make fun of me. A white Polish girl
I don't know how to open
with
this.
a dreamcatcher tattoo. I strongly believe one day I will meet a Native American girl with a matryoshka doll on her arm. And then we'll hug and the world will finally come together. There's another level to this iceberg, however, and it's full of people convinced that they have very famous and very important ancestors. You don't go through all those ancestry DNA tests just to see like 12 generations of peasants, right? My great-great-grandparents on my mom's side were a Duke and a Duchess of Poznań. I was thinking about putting my family crest on a shirt, but I have no idea what my family crest looks like. Any ideas where I can look up the image?
This one's just... To be fair, this one's retarded across languages and across nations. I like people like this though. It's like it's the level of innocence that like is not accessible to me. And I just find it so endearing that they want to, they just, I don't know, it's like they have a hunger for life that none of us will ever do.
I am a second-generation Polish-American mularz. Margaret. I don't know how to tell you this, but your surname literally means mason. Your family crest is probably a brick or an eye in a triangle. As an American descendant of Jagiełło, I thank you so much for keeping the memory and glory of my ancestors alive. No problem, dude. This guy, glory of my
As an American descendant of Jagiełło, I thank you so much for keeping... You're welcome, Chief. You're welcome.
Ancestors alive. No problem, dude. This guy just googled crest Wisła and he just assumed that his family crest is an emblem of a town called Wisła. Probably the first thing that came up. My babcia's maiden name is Leszczyński. She is likely a descendant of Polish King Stanisław
Leszczyńska, right? I would assume.
Leszczyński. That makes my son Jasiu a Polish prince. So by royal decree, Prince Jasiu declares every member of this page a little Polish. My husband's babcia owned 6 villages.
I've opened it, chat.
I wouldn't mind if he inherited only one of them. I was born in a village in Poland, so it would be just perfect for me.
I don't think that was supposed to come out like
Mihalin.
that, though. I think that was supposed to stay in. It's not great. Fuck me.
Darling, since the days of your husband's Busia, we kind of resolved the whole owning a village thing, as well as owning people who live in said village. And I was sure that you in America also already dealt with that. You probably start seeing the problem now. The problem with how Americans treat Poland and people from Poland. It really seems to me like they treat Polish people as some kind of noble savages. People who used to live simple but dignified lives until their country disappeared under the ocean, like Atlantis just after the World War II. And since then, it only exists in the memories of their busias. Here is, for example, a comment on illiteracy problem in Poland.
Ooh,
it depends on how you define literate. If in the modern term of able to read and write, they may not have.
Fuck.
But if it was more a case of being able to read the weather, know when to milk a cow or how to gauge when the wheat had to be taken in, well, they were probably extremely literate in that regard. Do you see what I mean? What kind of snacks do Polish people eat?
Nasty.
I mean, something like a potato chip. Potato chips, Michelle? We have potato chips in Poland. We do have potato chips in Poland, you know? Yeah, recently imported with the foreign army. I don't know about that. I've been able to buy Polish chrupki at my local Polish store in the US for many years, so... And you believe they came from Poland? No junk food in Poland. Fried pork skin with hot sauce. Cold, leftover pierogi.
You think this is too stupid to be real, and I'll stand in for my Americans, okay? I'll defend you lot. But just for like a minute or two. And I'm only doing it because it lets me insult Brits. When I moved to the UK, I would have been, I can't remember exactly, 11, 12? I remember people in my year, in my classroom, like genuinely asking me how it is that I've gotten from Poland to the UK and how that process works, given that like Poland doesn't have planes yet. Like a lot of people, and it is, to be fair, a lot of it is Western privilege, right? You lot are retarded. It's just through no fault of your own, right? You're like a victim of the success of those that came before you, who then figured they'd rather, you know, make as much profit out of you than, you know, get you up to speed with other things. But there was a whole thing where they were genuinely thinking that over there in Poland, it's like a whole different fucking era of humanity. Like we are still in the, you know, there was a browser game when I was a kid. It was like a side scroller where your army would march from left to right and the enemies from right to left. And you could click to advance through different epochs, right? So you would move, you'd move like through a few hundred years forward at a time. And it was just, people think that's genuinely what the real world is like. Western European also asked my friend if we have soap. Yeah, there is a decent amount of that. It is what it is. Western Europeans are indeed racist against the Polish. Yeah, in many cases.
Fried pickles. Kielbasa. I've been to Poland many times, both on business and to see relatives. Honestly, I don't remember anybody ever snacking. Well, vodka was okay any time of the day. Whenever I stayed with my uncle on a visit, as soon as I opened my eyes in the morning, he would be standing there with a 4-ounce glass of vodka. Plesiewicz Josephine was my grandmother. Does this sound at all familiar? Sure, Helen. Of course, we all know each other. What? If you live in Gdańsk, as you claim, you know Polish culture. Then why is your name Hispanic and your profile pic is of a man on a sandy beach? As this may come out as a surprise to you, 1. People do mix sometimes. So far, I'm not aware of any ghetto for non-white people anywhere in Poland that keep those pesky Hispanic-named people like my father at bay. 2. Shockingly, due to Gdańsk being located on the seashore, we have some beautiful sandy beaches. I have lived in Gdańsk, There is no beach like that, lol. Where do you claim to have sandy beaches like in your pic?
Oh,
Christine,
Jesus.
are you sure it was Gdańsk? Am I
Why
the
is
only
she-
one that grew up thinking
I don't care if she thinks that it is or is it not Gdańsk. Why is she beefing with a random fucking Facebook person about how this can't be Poland where she's in? Because, what, is it too pretty?
that they only played polkas in Poland? I was about to say, yes, Russell, you are the only one, but apparently he's not. This is something I actually experienced myself. I once met two American guys at a club in Krakow and they were shocked to hear American music playing there. And polka is not even Polish, it originated in Czech Republic. I guess it must have been like super popular in Poland around the first wave of immigration. But even if it was Polish, the time still passes here. The music still progresses
doesn't.
with time.
Nah,
we
come
have
on.
Polish pop music. Polish
I wish we
silver
didn't, to be
medalist in
fair.
javelin throw Maria Andrejczyk, who is also a devout Catholic, sold her Olympic medal in auction to find money for the heart surgery of a Polish boy. Polish store chain Żabka
I
won
remember
the
that story,
auction,
it was very cool,
but
actually.
they returned the medal back to her. Such a beautiful story, which will never be told on TV. But it was on TV. Not where I live. Oh, they didn't tell you about that Polish athlete on Fox News? I guess it doesn't count then. Let's revisit the Atlantis metaphor for a moment. I think the worst part of the old world fantasy is the place for Polish people currently living in Poland now in that fantasy. They just seem to ruin it, especially when they correct someone's spelling or question the Polishness of their customs. Then it can get ugly. The Polish wedding apron with 6 babies I created for our granddaughter Shelby at her wedding this last Saturday. As she danced, she explained that it was a symbol of entering into wife and motherhood, though 6 might be a bit too many babies. I grew up in Poland, attended so many weddings in different parts of Poland and never seen or heard of
Same
this
here.
tradition
To be
until
fair,
I
I've only
came
been to
here.
2 weddings. I'm gonna
So
be.
what? We did it here.
I've only been to 2 weddings as a guest. I'm gonna be to a 3rd one soon, but I don't think I've never seen one of those. That's a new one.
It started with my Polish family, so it is Polish. Why should you care what I think?
Jesus,
Who cares
Terry's
where
very
it
angry.
started?
Deep
People
breaths,
of
Terry.
Polish
Deep
descent
breaths.
did it. If any of you women are so insecure in who you are by thinking it is demeaning, so be it. I am proud to be a mom and Busia.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
let's
Busia's
start
back.
that too. Maybe if enough women were secure in that role, we wouldn't have all these messed up kids. Too old-fashioned.
Oh no, Busia.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? It's primitive and sexist. Sexist? To become a mother? Or do you believe men can be mothers too?
I need my fellow Poles here on this one. Busia is supposed to be like a short for babcia, right? Where the fuck does it come from? Because I've never heard that anywhere. Not in the UK, not in Poland. Babcia means grandmother. But Busia?
Visiting the cemeteries today for All Saints' Day weekend. Those stara baba make this picture.
Bushka is
Those
Polish too, I guess they
old
shorten it.
hags
Maybe? Yeah, I guess that would make
indeed
sense.
make this picture. I guess it depends on the region. My grandma always told me stara baba meant old lady. Is it written somewhere in stone that it means old hag?
Yeah.
Just saying. No,
That's-
Stacy, it's not written in stone. It's
It's a rough
written
one.
in a dictionary. I don't think I want to be part of a group that allows mean comments like yours. I'm sorry I'm not Polish enough for you. Thanks for making me
Just
cry.
accept that you took an L. You didn't mean to be rude, but you were, right? Unfortunately, it is what it is, and just move on. Like, what are we doing here? I've just realized you can't really, every time I put these together, if I do it in here, you can't actually see it on camera, can you? I'll try and be mindful of that.
A lot of mean people in this group. I'll
We've
go
got all the
somewhere
legs
else
here.
where there are God-loving Polish folk who treat people with kindness. I thought that this was a group I'd be proud to be a part of. I guess not. God bless. I'm sorry that people treat you as if you are not Polish. I read once that there are more people of Polish heritage here in the US than in Poland. When you see a Western tourist crying because people didn't smile him back every 2 seconds. It may be a joke, but some of us don't think it's funny. Everyone has a right to their opinion. I think it is less funny to Western tourists than it is to some people who live in Poland. It was probably written by someone who does not have English as a first language, since the grammar is atrocious and just wrong. It's just a reminder that prejudice can exist anywhere at any time. All of those smiling Western tourists also pour their money into Poland's struggling economy. I wonder how funny would it be if that money disappeared. We all know what Polish economy really relies on, and it's a Western tourist smile. This is funny, not the meme. The person who posted it may not even be from Poland. I'm not saying they definitely do not live in Poland, but check this out. This is a portion of what the poster wrote to me in a comment. By the way, I'd get rid of most of the tourists from Kraków. They're mostly drunk Brits destroying the city center. Tourism in Poland is only 1.3 GPD. We don't really care if Western snowflakes gonna get offended because of locals not smiling. First of all, they use the British spelling of center, which by itself is not a big thing, but most telling are the words snowflakes and gonna. Those words are almost used exclusively by Americans and maybe the British, especially snowflakes, when referring to tourists. I don't know for certain, of course, but I'm just saying something feels a little off. It always fascinates me the way they think speaking more than one language works. Why does this recipe need to be outraged? Let's be kinder. Eastern Europeans cook similar recipes. Ridiculous. I hope someone will post something they learned from babcia. The Poles that have lived under the communist regime are very ignorant and rude.
Oh no.
Yes, here we go. The concept of Polish people being somehow corrupted by communism.
True.
It seems to be really popular.
It's just the ones that escaped to America that are the true Polish people.
Never heard of buzia for babcia.
It is, yeah.
Buzia means face or lips in Polish. Because you grew up under communist regime and not in the USA. Serious question for those of you who are cruel and mean still living in Poland. How and why are you such miserable people in this group and other Facebook groups? Polish people in US and Australia, for example, are not like this. Always exceptions. Why for those of you who stayed behind? Why so mean to others? I know your lives in Poland, all the partitions, communism, now Russia breathing down Ukraine and others.
It'd be
Life
rough out
must
here.
be
It'd be
hard
rough out
and
here.
made you mean. Why? Polish people outside Poland are mostly very welcoming and kind, keeping traditions and food at all going.
The fucking American Polonia voted overwhelmingly for the dipshit president we've got now, and shit has not been moving in a good direction ever since that fucker got elected. So they might be nice and kind and smiley and full of hope, but they be voting like fucking imbeciles. On God, for real, for real.
And you all in Poland are supposed to be religious.
Still
You're
living in
not
Poland
kind
as if
at
it's
all,
inevitable that way. It's
so who cares
true,
about your
true.
Catholicism when you behave so poorly? I 100% agree. The admin in this group needs to start kicking them out. My favorite is those young people in Poland who claim
Kick Polish people out of the Polish heritage group. Let's go. Although to be fair, she might actually have a point. Because if you're a Polish person living in Poland, born in Poland, with Polish parents, you probably, like, a Polish heritage group, like a Facebook group, is probably not for you. You know what I mean? It probably isn't. It's just such it's an incredible juxtaposition that they're going to kick the Polish people out of the Polish heritage group. I'm the Polish American that voted for Harris. Fucking based, Fiddy. Based. Big time. We love black women here. I was going to come up with something funnier, but I can't. To be fair, she would have been genuinely better than Trump. It's a fucking travesty, man.
they love diversity, yet they bully, harass people who are innocently confused. Sadly, many Poles in Poland grow up in abusive households. It then contributes to a personality disorder. And well, we can always vote to pull out NATO. Have fun with Russian being your main language.
She got so upset. She got so upset at a Polish heritage group. She wants to pull out of NATO and leave Poland to the Russians because she got upset that somebody on a Polish heritage group was mean to her. I love these people. Hey, Ergy, how you doing, love?
In the future, they are bitter because the dollar is still strong. It's nice to take Polish lessons for cheap online. It's probably only understood as an American thing, because on September 1st, 1939, all Polish history was rewritten. Yes, let's remember that most living Poles grew up as communists after 5 or 6 years of Nazi domination. They don't know the Poland that our ancestors knew. I believe both the Nazis and communists attacked the heritage and religions of the countries they ruled. So, for all we know, the young people from Poland who are here have an even more skewed vision of Poland than the perfect image our parents and grandparents painted for us. I've been to Poland twice, and no one who knows anything about that backward, fundamentally ignorant country gives a damn what they think.
Jesus.
All the best Poles left 100 years ago and are Americans now. Yeah, I said it. Anyone who has problems with ancestry DNA tests in this group most likely has less Polish DNA than you do, no matter where they live. But they're the same ones who are going to try to tell you that your ancestors who were born in Poland were not Polish at all, just because they moved out of the country. That's insane, petty, and, as my mother always used to say, jealousy is awkward. Some of the native Poles think that their own limited experience of Poland should be everyone's experience of Poland. Some of the comments are cringeworthy from some of the Polish population, which has obviously lost its way for so many years.
True,
It's evolution.
we need the good Americans to guide
when we left
us.
for America.
The Polonia.
The great thing is,
Bring
now
it
the
on.
Americans could take Poland back if we wanted. Yeah, that's great, sure. Europeans in general are unevolved Americans. The ones stuck in Poland failed to evolve further, like looking back in a time machine. It has become apparent that the current inhabitants of Poland hate America. The evolution has ceased. I'm proud to
These
be
people
American
voted for
and
Trump.
proud to have
You know
Polish
that
heritage.
for a fact.
I wish the current Polish inhabitants would embrace their cousins who left for a better life. Yet, I am conflicted. With my family coming from East Prussia, Poland now, but part of the Prussian-German Empire, my family spoke fluent German and Polish, but assimilated to America. Yes, we are a breed of dog. I'm just
Huh?
happy to have Northern European region as opposed to other
Yes,
areas
we are a
of
breed
the
of
world.
dog, I beg your pardon. What does that
Why
mean?
such arrogance? Humor me. I'm first generation Polish American and full blooded Polish, raised by 100% Polish parents and grandparents. My pedigree might be more Polish than yours. Why do they always talk about themselves as they are a dog breed? That's also a Facebook group, by the way. So what if we never visited our country? We can still honor it. I don't know. I would just never think of saying my country about a place that I've never been to. So here we are. Polish heritage. Great. Polish people, better know your place. Let's be honest, for some of them, the Polishness is just a way to claim an identity other than white American. Celebrating being a
That's what it almost always boils down to, right? That's why we had these. I'm having flashes of another Wick panel in my head. I can't remember what the context of that was. For all I know, it might have actually been the same one that Sproutek has dropped that fucking comment of a god on all of us. But the bottom line is that a lot of people are just dissatisfied with the fact that they think they have no culture, so they desperately need to find one for themselves. But like, you can have a culture. That's okay. We don't have to do this. You can just celebrate Polish shit with us. Like, who gives a fuck? Actually, I'm giving all of you in chat a pass as well, okay? When we're doing the next Polish whatever the fuck, you can just join me. You don't have to you don't have to cope about anything included. We just enjoy ourselves together.
A white American is kind of a bad look, probably because of the long and recent history of white Americans oppressing non-white Americans. I feel like a lot of them treat being American as default and all of the other nationalities as some kind of weird races in a fantasy setting, like elves and orcs. Then all these creatures came to the final land, which is America, and mixed to create an ultimate human, but you can still see some foreign blood in them, I guess. That's why they love DNA testing. In their heads, it is possible to separate that Polish gene in them and even count how many of them they have inside. But it doesn't work like that. Do you know that identical twins could send their DNA samples to the same DNA tracing company and receive completely different results? Because I learned that from that article on Vox. To understand how that's possible, we need to understand how those tests work. First of all, that they rely heavily on estimates. All of those companies test very specific strands of your
LGBT-free zones. We don't have those anymore, right? They officially brought the last one down. But also, to be clear, I've spoken about this before. Those were gigafucked, but it's not that you couldn't go there if you were gay. The way it worked is that legally you couldn't do any protests there or anything, any like marches that were supposed to be pro-LGBT. Now, to be fair, it also means that if you live in one of those zones and you do happen to be gay, you're probably not going to have a very good time. But it wasn't such that, like, being gay is not allowed in this area.
DNA and compare them to the same fragments of DNA from people who already know their ancestry. So we already rely on declarative data. They compare you to people who claim they are Polish. Another thing is the sample size. It varies drastically depending on the region. Most of the samples come from countries where DNA testing is more popular. And let's be honest, those tend to be more white parts of the world. It's mostly white people who are obsessed with finding Vikings or medieval kings in their family tree. So it's more likely your sample will match with a sample from those regions. But as DNA testing becomes more and more popular in countries like India or China, in a few years, your results will probably be different. That's why it's not very wise to get
Hell yeah, we'll all be
tattoos.
Chinese in the end.
Another issue is the process itself. The labs that do the testing claim that their tests are 99.9% accurate, which sounds impressive. But if you test 1 million fragments of DNA, that's 1,000 mistakes, and that can affect your results significantly. There's also an algorithm involved in that process, and that algorithm also operates on estimates. It has to, because the genetic differences between people living in Europe, for example, are almost non-existent. That's why it's so confusing for Americans. Let's say your DNA test says you're mostly Polish, but
That's
your
me.
grandma claims to be Lithuanian, and the postcards you found in her attic are in Russian. How to figure it all out in a world where borders and cultures are so fluent? These tests are a good starting point if you want to find out more about your ancestors or find your distant relatives. But I would be very cautious with connecting your national identity with your genes. For me, nationality is above all the language and cultural codes, memes, not genes. It's simply something you cannot express in percentages. I feel like we already tried that other approach in Europe and it didn't end well. There's nothing wrong with exploring the culture of your ancestors, being interested in their language and customs. I don't even mind if you want to cultivate traditions that only exist in your specific diaspora. And that's why, Shelley, feel free to dance in your fetus embroidered apron on your wedding day. I don't care. Just don't call yourself Polish ever again. I'm kidding. Call yourself whatever you want. It's fine. Just don't be surprised if people from other parts of the world will be a little confused. And just one more thing to end on a high note.
I will say, I think for the most part, people aren't actually confused, though. It's what happens is we've just seen examples specifically of these people like fighting back when they're being corrected on something. But if they don't do just that weird shit, I think for a lot of us, it's just like, just whatever, you know what I mean? Just, yeah, identify as Polish, talk about your Polish heritage, ask questions, you do you. Just like, don't argue like this, you know what I mean? Maybe also don't tattoo... Don't tattoo weird words on yourself. It's just not a good idea.
The story of I Love My Polish Heritage group would not be complete without Bobert, whose utter disappointment with Poland went kind of viral some time ago on Reddit. Since then, he became a mascot of some sort, a symbol of all the Polish Americans, of how they truly perceive Poland. Robert, affectionately called Bobert by my friends on Twitter, said the following: I just returned from Krakow and found out that being a Polish American means nothing.
Oh, I remember
was so
this post. Oh, that was all over the Polish Reddit. I don't know if I didn't bring it up in Discord, actually.
Disappointed by the lack of interest or even respect I received from the Polish people about my Polish heritage.
Yeah, nobody
They
gave a
didn't
fuck.
care. They were nice. A bit standoffish, but eager to be nice enough to recognize that I was spending a ton of money in the country of my ancestors. Krakow was beautiful, the food was great, the hospitality good, but it mattered very little that I was of Polish heritage. I was very disappointed in that aspect and probably will never visit Poland again. You think that people in Poland should treat Poles better than they treat people from other nations or ethnicities? And that as an American with Polish heritage you should be entitled to better treatment than people from different nations? No, not better.
I know what you
But
mean,
not
even
just
without
dismissed
clicking the
and
link,
told it was
BB.
unimpressive and unimportant. When
God,
I
The
meet
Sopranos
Poles
are good.
traveling over here, I am excited and eager to help. And yes, maybe a little more eager and helpful because we share a heritage and ethnicity. I am nice and helpful as I can be to everyone, but for a Pole, I would go the extra mile. Honestly, what were your expectations? How did you want people to behave when you told them you had Polish roots? Majority people in Poland have relatives living outside of Poland and are not impressed because somebody with Polish ancestry visits their country. It is a common occurrence.
True.
Not really my point. I am of the same ethnicity, the same ancestors, keep many of the same customs and traditions. Yes, I expected to be treated as if we were from the same tribe. more so than someone who has nothing whatsoever in common with the Polish people. I did not, nor would I, expect the red carpet to ever be rolled out for me. And trust me, I was not hurt, just disappointed. Disappointed
Kinda
in
sounds
the
like-
lack of historical knowledge of the connection between America and
Kind of sounds like he wanted that red carpet exactly, no? That's just so. I'll stay hydrated. Let me take a quick sip.
Poland, a connection not felt or experienced between any other two countries throughout history. Maybe it's because of
I feel you,
communism,
Ergi.
and for
I
40
really do.
years America was vilified by the communist government, that you have forgotten the kinship and the brotherhood that Americans and Poles have felt for each other since the days of Kościuszko. If you are Polish American, that means nothing to Polish nationals. You might as well be from China or Russia. You could be 100% Polish and they will still dismiss you. So you did put down Poland, get your story straight. Do you really want a return to socialism? How happy are you with the Ukrainian situation? Ready to vote yes on giving them more socialistic entitlement money?
Oh,
We beat
Jesus,
Mexico in
Bobert.
1846 and beat the British and Canada. Getting lessons from Poland on how to protect ourselves is like getting lessons on speaking in public from Joe Biden. Damn, he got us with that one, I'll be honest. We shouldn't be enemies, Jakub. I do not want to
Say what you will, Biden, okay? Biden was a hell of a fucking public speaker, okay? To this very day, at least twice a week, I'll wake up in the middle of the night with fucking cold sweats down my back, just reminding myself of him going like, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. And all the fucking comics that were made out of it. Such a fucking good, such a stupid thing to say, but such a good clip.
blow my own horn, but I have taught history for 30 years. I have doctorate in jurisprudence and a master's degree in world history. My father, 100% Polish, also had a master's in world history, and after 30 years in the Air Force, taught it in the university. He explained to me the history of Poland from when I was very young.
Better than what
Poland is
JD
a
Vance
very
did,
hard
right?
country to defend, and that's why they have been invaded so many times over the years. Stopping the Turkish port was an amazing feat of John Sobolewski. I know of Polish history and bravery. I will never belittle it. That was my point. I am proud of my Polish heritage. That's all. That's the only point I was trying to make. But because I am an American, it was diminished, belittled, and I was put down for loving Poland as an American. Who the fuck is John Sobolewski? As a history teacher with 30 years of experience, you should know it was
And also, again, I will... I don't know if you guys have ever been to Poland. I don't know if you ever plan on visiting. If you are like a Polish American and you're like happy and giddy about that, and you come over here and you want to talk to people, you want to ask questions or whatever, I bet you that everyone's going to be perfectly fine with it. There is like a fucking sense of entitlement that Bobert has, like this chip on his shoulder, which I imagine is what caused all of the issues. People are not going to care, but they're not going to be rude to you. Why the fuck would they? It's just Bobert's on something. Sobolewski.
Jan III Sobieski. At the castle in Kraków, this is how they referred to him, as I had studied him years before. This one trip to Kraków turned out to be such a canon event in Bobert's life that it permanently broke something in his psyche. I started to feel sorry for him. I even wanted to make a crowdfunding campaign to bring him back and give him a proper Polish greeting this time, with folk dresses on and bread and vodka and polka dancing. But then the question of Bobert's Polishness was finally resolved when he asked, "What is XD?"
Oh,
I'm sorry,
Bobert.
Bobert, your Polak card has been revoked.
All right, gang. That is Chido, I hope that I translated the bits that you wanted translating. If there's anything else you're curious about, buddy, just let me know. I shall translate some more. And I feel like at least that's one video done. I hope you guys liked it. I like Polish content. Makes me chuckle. I wish there was a bit more of the I should probably do a proper segment for you at some point, because that Polish heritage group, it's not very active anymore, because to be fair, people ruined it by sticking their finger in the fucking poop and bullying the people there that were just like silly and asking questions, and now almost nobody posts there. You will still get a gem now and then, but generally speaking, that group is dead as fuck. But old posts on there are absolute brilliance in fucking text form. And I should probably at some point do a little bit of a segment where I can just show you some of those, because they are good. But now what I want is how to tell your cast from your appearance. I feel like this is gonna be a good one. Look at the stats. Okay, look at the stats. Average height and weight by country. So am I looking for the... Sword by weight? Yeah, doctor, that doesn't say what you're saying it says. Look at BMI, right? The fact that we weigh more than you on average doesn't mean anything if we're taller than you. Bro, you've wasted all this time waiting for... Look at this. Look, I'm gonna bully you now. Look at this. Fucking look at this, chat. Bro linked me this because he wanted to be like, oh yeah, Polish people, so very fat. Scroll down, double hit weight, right? Sort by weight. And yeah, you've got Poland here at 91.6 with USA at 91.5. But we're 1.8 meter tall on average and the USA is 177. That's why our BMI is 28.2 and yours is 29.3. Come on, doctor. Come on. Come on, bro. Fucking disappointing.
Throughout human history and across the world, societies have traditionally split people up into classes, hierarchies, and divisions of labors determining who does what and how they do it. Now, while today in our very modern, individualistic, atomized consumer society, we see this as a very arbitrary and oppressive thing, it was not perceived as such back then. In these traditional societies from ancient Egypt, ancient China, ancient India, ancient Europe, they perceived these systems of class and caste as a natural thing, even a divinely ordained thing. The word hierarchy actually comes from the Greek words meaning holy order. They believed that people were not arbitrarily assigned to a caste or a class that they didn't want to do, but rather that the class system or the caste system actually reflected people's inner natures. You were given the caste or class that you belonged to, that your spirit and body were best adept at.
What caste do we think beans would have been put in? I want to do beans, Lua, Cheeto, BB. Actually, maybe we should do that for the subathon. We should just do like I will put all of my regulars in a caste. That sounds just the right kind of racist. Hell yeah. Yeah, we're doing that. But also, I am genuinely curious, what caste do we think beans would be in? I'm scared now. Nah, it'll be fun. What caste would Cheeto be in? Beans is a slave owner, 100%. I don't know if that would be enough as a caste, or if we would need something more on top of it. Cheeto would be a scholar or a cleric. I'm trying to think of something spicier for Cheeto. Gonna be your jester that always guesses China and GeoGuessr. I will permit it.
If you were a warrior, it's because you were meant to be a warrior and you'd be good at being a warrior. If you were a priest, it's because you would be good at being a priest, and so on. In fact, the impetus for a lot of early reform movements throughout history has been the desire to purify this class system and make it more befitting its true original nature. Not to try and brush it away entirely and get rid of it and make us all equal, but to rather let the people who should be in charge and who would be best at being in charge be in charge. Because, of course, over time, these class systems tend to degrade and grow less and less relevant and more arbitrary. Things become more about your last name, your wealth, your status, your reputation, than about your true inner nature and what you're really best at. Plato, in his Republic, said that the wisest should rule, not just people with a certain last name or certain pedigree, but the ones who are best suited to rule by their own individual nature. Thomas Jefferson had a similar idea of a natural aristocracy, one not determined by birth or wealth or status, but of individual merit. But you'll notice how these systems are not egalitarian. They're not saying, well, everyone's the same and everyone's just an interchangeable little unit that you can just exchange around and anyone could rule. They still recognize the undeniable truth that people have different natures, we have different talents and abilities, and some of us would make better rulers than others. But historically and traditionally, caste and class was about a lot more than just who gets to be in charge.
You lot would be abhorrent rulers, I feel like. Yes, it is, Doctor, yeah. Chris is getting himself into eugenics. I've always been into eugenics. I just keep it on the down low because otherwise Lua shouts at me.
Who is ruled, who's the sovereign, and who's the subject. It was more so about your specific role in society. You can think of an ant colony. You have soldiers, you have workers, you have queens, you have drones, and they each have their own specific role in the system. And without one, all the others fail. So it was in traditional societies, where it was seen not so much as you have the winners, the warriors, the aristocrats who get to dominate and oppress everyone else, but it was more so seen that everyone has a distinct role to fill, and without one, all the others fail. Now, while systems of class and caste are found across the world throughout all of history and pretty much all developed societies,
this is saying having different natures means you can only have one job ever. I feel like that's just not the case, right? Even with the even if we stick with the caste system, that's just not true. It limits like the field of jobs for sure, but you wouldn't just. No, I'm saying that your logic doesn't work, Diz. I'm saying that even in a world where you do have these like specific natures, that still doesn't mean that you can only have one job, right? It would be like a classification that it locks you down in, not just one singular job. No?
One of the starkest and strongest examples we find are in Indo-European societies. Specifically, in Indo-European societies, those descended from the ancient Aryans, stretching from all through Europe into Persia and then, of course, into India, you find what is called the tripartite division in these societies. These societies tend to split up people into three categories: those who pray, those who fight, and those who work. Or, in another word, priests, warriors, and laborers, commoners, or peasants. The ancient Norse pagans were very conscious of this division in their society, and they even gave the different castes different gods. The warriors and priests had the Aesir, and the commoners had the Vanir, and each of these three castes had their own specific god. The magicians and priests had Odin, the warriors had Tyr and Thor, and the commoners had Freyr, the god of the harvest. And as European society became Christianized, they began to reframe this in Christian terms, seeing it as something that God had.
I thought this is not to say that this is not an interesting video. I just thought this is going to be different. You know what I mean? This is like way more technical than I was expecting. I thought we're going to have like a fucking neo-Nazi tell us that all the Jews are merchants and white people are the only ones who can be in the leading caste. And then like we can sort of have a fight about it, you know? This is like educated. I'm just not used to that, you know?
Set up, and they gave new terms to these classes and formalized their roles. It was in this formalization of the roles that you began to see the decline of the class system, where it began to be less about your nature and what you're good at and what God has assigned you to do as your destiny, and more about when and where you were born, who your parents were, your wealth, and whatnot. The priest caste, historically consisting of not just priests, but wizards, magicians, soothsayers, became formalized under the leadership of the Roman Catholic Church. Meanwhile, the warrior caste, which used to consist of all brave men who would pick up a weapon in a fight, became formalized into the aristocracies of Europe with their formal titles and coats of arms and all these formalities sort of being added on. Even the common people who didn't really have too much in terms of status still had their status as commoners somewhat formalized. For the lower class of manual laborers and unskilled workers, their status was formalized as that of serfs who were tied to a certain plot of land, and for the upper crust of the working class, the tradesmen and craftsmen, their role was formalized in the form of the guild system, which meant that if you applied a certain trade, you would belong to a certain guild that had its own political interest. And this division of that lower class between unskilled laborers and skilled laborers, merchants and tradesmen is a very important one, because it's one you see in other Indo-European societies. If you go to the opposite end of Indo-European lands down to India, you will see that they have not 3 castes, or varnas as they call them in the Vedic system, but 4. You have Brahmins, who are the priests, Kshatriyas, who are the warriors, but then the third lower class is divided into 2. You have Vaishyas, who are the merchants, tradesmen, skilled laborers, and then you have Shudras, who are the unskilled workers, farm laborers, and servants. And while I personally prefer this more Indian-style caste system with the 4 castes, I think it's a lot more illustrative of human nature and a lot more useful and relevant when trying to determine what people are naturally best at. European societies generally kept the tripartite division up until the early modern period. Up until the French Revolution, this caste system was actually explicit in French society, in the ancient regime.
I've just realized, do you know who this guy reminds me of? I had it was with me, but I couldn't quite make the connection until just now. This is Tuna. Like, Tuna's back under a different name. He has the same, like, eugenics as Tuna. Very clearly. Do you guys remember Tuna? Tuna Chip? Do you know what I'm talking about? This is 100% Tuna. Tuna but hairier. Yeah. Kinda, yeah, actually.
Of pre-revolutionary France. They used the terms first estate for the priesthood, second estate for the nobility and aristocracy, and third estate for everyone else, the Vaishyas and Shudras. And while I've mainly spoken about Indo-European societies in this video, there are very similar parallel caste systems that you can find in ancient Semitic societies, Chinese society, Japanese society, especially. They make it very explicit with the samurai as this set apart warrior caste, much like the knights in medieval Europe. But with that historical and sociological context established, I want to really dive into caste itself and the reality of caste, not as an arbitrary social hierarchy, but in the way that Jefferson saw it, in the way that the ancients saw it, something where it's not about your birth or your last name or how much money you have, but about your nature. What kind of soul do you have? What kind of body do you have? What are you genetically predisposed to be good
Polish
at?
soul
Or
and
to put
Polish
it
body.
in somewhat more religious terms, as the ancients might have, what were you put on this planet to do? What is your nature and what is your destiny? In order to better explore this topic from this angle, I'm going to be reframing the discussion of caste to be less sociological and less collective and more individual, more about discerning the individual character from
then
someone's
I am a
behavior and even from their
Sagittarius.
appearance. We're going to start off with the priest caste. I redefine the priest caste as consisting of all of those who are primarily and above all else interested in divine truth, in God, in the occult, esoteric, spirituality. Sometimes priest caste individuals can even be explicit atheists, but they still count as a priest if they are most of all interested in philosophy and ideology in the abstract. Not so much about trying to find a political system that will work or get them power, that's more of a warrior caste thing, but in terms of finding objective truth. A lot of libertarian guys belong to this type, where they're not really religious or even spiritual, but they still get very autistically nitpicky about their theory and having the correct one. Marxists too.
I will maintain every single time this is brought up. It's like my own fucking tick. Unironically, every time libertarianism as an ideology is brought up, I just need everyone to understand that ideology is dog shit, makes no fucking sense. Anyone who follows it is stupid. And I am very judgmental, okay? Fucking, I feel like libertarianism and ANCAPs as like ideologies are probably the dumbest fucking ideologies that exist, followed very closely by ANCOMs. But like those two in particular, holy fuck. ANCAPs, I will fucking Fabian Liberty, God bless. The greatest strength that ANCAPs have is that they will mind rape you during the explanation of how their system would work, because nobody can withstand just listening to those people for longer than 30 seconds at a time. It's like they fucking drain all of the charisma that you could ever be capable of out through your fucking anus, and they don't ever give it back. They're like energy vampires, but for political ideologies. Libertarians are stupid, but libertarians I feel like you can have a funny back and forth with. ANCAPs, Jesus Christ, ANCAPs are rough to listen to.
Fall into this camp a lot. In fact, I think Karl Marx probably belonged to this priest caste. He wasn't a hard worker, he was not a particularly skilled craftsman in anything, and he didn't really seem to have any particular interest in ruling or having power, but he just wanted to pursue truth as he saw it and spread it out to other people. And you can see that somewhat in his appearance. He's got that big old beard. You'll see this a lot in priest caste types, where they'll have the big sort of Santa Claus beard, kind of that broader head. They'll tend to be bald quite often as well.
Oh no,
Marx
shit.
was an exception in this case. Other visual tells for someone being a member of the priest caste would be that more heavyset, phlegmatic temperament, as well as having a longer curved nose, which stands for deep thought, deep passions, and patience on the whole, and high set eyebrows, which stand for discernment and high standards, green eyes in Caucasian populations, and in terms of face shapes, any of the three phlegmatic face shapes. The long and narrow Neptune face shape, which I find is especially common among New Agers. Look at any New Age YouTube channel, you'll find this face shape. The sort of broad and low Jupiter face shape, which is especially common among priests and pastors. I think probably 3/4 of all the clergymen I've met have this face shape. And the round moon face shape.
It is Amanax, yeah. Now we get into the good part. Now I'm intrigued, okay? Now we're talking about face shapes. I was pretty close to the priest one, okay? Not quite there, but pretty close. 99% of libertarianism is about repealing the age of consent. Economy wasn't really taken into consideration. True.
Which is very common among artists, those who explore spirituality and divine truth from a more abstract angle. Next, we get to the second estate, the warriors, the aristocracy, those who fight. I redefine the aristocracy to be less so about military prowess or killing ability, and more about interest in politics and society. More so than...
Oh wait, off topic, but one more thing I remember. People were talking about a super graphic, absurd penis injury, I think, seen a few years ago. Like 75% sure that might have been something else. Penis injury scene. What's the context of that, Cheeto? Because I am intrigued, and I do have good memory for that type shit. I just need to know what context that, like, came upon you, you know? Like, what made you think about a penis injury? Because maybe there's something there, you know? For real, for real. The TV show. Penis injury in The Boys? There was a penis thing in The Boys. I don't remember there being an injury to do with the penis, though. But there was certainly a penis superhero, if you will. Never mind, it must have been a different show. Well, not necessarily. There is a lot of penis things on The Boys. Like, it could very well be the case that you're onto something, Cheeto. I'm just not remembering right now, like, which specific bit it might have been. Because it might have been a few different bits. But a penis injury, specifically. Drawing a blank for now, but I will devote at least 5% of my mental CPU to thinking about it on a loop. Reverse cowgirl is responsible for a lot of penile injuries, I guess. Yeah, I suppose that is true, right? Because you're not really seeing what you're doing. Take care of a penis. Did you ever see a broken penis, like one that got bent while erect? I saw images on the internet. I never saw one in real life. I've never had a broken penis either, so there is that.
Than divine truth or other people or making money. These people are most of all interested in power, gaining power, keeping power, and either ruling society just for its own end or even reshaping society for their own ends. There can be a bit of a gray area here with some of the priest types when it comes to social reformers, revolutionaries, and whatnot. My rule of thumb is that those who are more interested in the theory and being abstractly correct are more so priests, and those who are more interested in just power for its own sake are warriors. So to use a Bolshevik example, Trotsky would have been a very clear example of a priest type, Stalin would have been a very clear example of a warrior type, and then Lenin would be honestly a bit ambiguous. I would put him more in the warrior type, probably, because he was very concerned about who rules and who has power, but he might have leaned a little priestly in his theoretical leanings. But Stalin is a great example of a good old-fashioned warrior, not really super concerned with theory, just concerned with fighting, winning, and ruling. And yes, to all the politics chuds who watch this channel, if you are a chud and you're super interested in politics, you are probably a natural warrior. Maybe not the best turned out warrior, but maybe deep down in your soul there is a warrior element there that you should maybe try to cultivate. Get a little more discipline into your life, start trying to live by some sort of warrior's code,
What
like
fucking
chivalry
Jordan Peterson
of
shit
European
is
knights, or the
this?
Bushido of the Japanese samurai, and maybe you can sort of cultivate that within yourself. I often find that people of the warrior caste tend to have a sanguine side profile with a very strong protruding chin, nice strong square jaw, and a slanting forehead, and as such they also tend to have the more stereotypically sanguine face shapes. The most typical, of course, being the rectangular Mars face shape, but also the hexagonal Pluto face shape, the oval Sun face shape, and
Hey, Aminax, thank you kindly for the one gifted sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That puts you at 16 up to date, which is incredibly kind of you, and I am very appreciative. I googled absurd penis injury TV scene, and I'm right. Which scene are you talking about then, Chido? Because I'm kind of intrigued now. And again, Aminax, thank you, thank you, thank you. That puts us at 3 out of 3 for today, and if we can only just get the biddies up there, I would be very appreciative. If you're thinking of the infamous jaw-dropping superhero sneeze scene, it's from Season 3, Episode 1 of The Boys, Amazon Prime, where the shrinking soup termite accidentally sneezes while inside his lover, immediately expanding to full size and exploding out of him. Oh yeah, I remember that. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Actually, yeah, I will give you that one, Chido. You were correct.
the heart-shaped Venus face shape. And we can see these 4 face shapes as being sort of 4 variants on that warrior archetype. Mars being the classic warrior or knight, Pluto being more of the loyal guardsman type, the Sun face being the classic ruler or aristocrat, and the Venus face shape being more so the social reformer, the diplomat, the very refined and pleasure-loving aristocrat.
I will unironically dox myself, and I will send this dude my profile picture from a few angles, and I need him to tell me what caste I'm in. Because I'm going to be honest, okay? Maybe he's onto something. Maybe if I've got the right facial structure, I can try a different angle in politics, you know? I feel like maybe that's what we're missing here today. Maybe I'm just going to turn my life around on the basis of what sort of a physiognomy do I have.
The most typical warrior nose is the arched aquiline Roman nose, which stands for a conquering spirit. You'll also see these people quite often.
I do have that one, like a motherfucker, yeah. It is what it is. My sister used to laugh at me, because I'm the only one out of my siblings who's got a nose like this. My sister's nose is perfectly straight, my brother's nose is perfectly straight, mine is this fucking abomination here, which to be fair, I have now in adulthood I've been getting compliments on it, but my sister used to laugh at me for it. Fucking rude, innit? How is it my fault?
Have very sharply arched eyebrows, which stand for being controlling and competitive, quite jealous and wanting to be the best. And in Caucasian populations, you will see that they will tend to have blue eyes. Now we get to the third estate, the one that's often neglected in these systems, but I think really should not be. Again, I prefer the Hindu system because it includes these Vaishyas, the tradesmen, the merchants, those who, as I define it, are primarily interested in one of 2 things, both of which I could broadly put under the category of economy. They're interested either in learning, maintaining, and perfecting their own skill when it comes to a specific trade. So this would be anything from welding to carpentry to even modern stuff like computer programming.
I figured that
AI
much on
prop
the next.
building.
Yeah, I figured he
Or,
doesn't
on the other
like her.
hand, simply interested in just making money for its own sake. You can kind of divide it up again into more tradesmen, more interested in their own.
The worst part about having a nose like that is if you need to have a very strong chin. Because the problem that you've got, so like I'll use myself as an example because I'm really the best example for this. I can't show you what I mean, obviously, but maybe one day if you're lucky enough to see what I look like, you'll see exactly what I mean. I have a very neutral chin, right? It's not a strong chin, it's not a weak chin, it's just a neutral chin. But because my nose is a fucking Goliath, it makes my chin look weak by like the juxtaposition of how much like more in your face my nose is. It also is a bit of a pain in the ass when kissing at times, but you know, you live, you learn, you make do. But it's just not fair because it makes you look like you've got a weak chin, sorry, even if you don't. Proper not fair.
Skills, and more merchant, more interested in just making money for its own sake. But there's a lot of overlap between the two, which is why I count them still as one caste overall. These people are generally going to be pretty left-brained, pretty nerdy on the whole. The tradesman types will tend to be the nerdiest. The merchant types are going to be a little friendlier, a little more charismatic. They're going to have a bit more of a social acumen there. The most typical temperament I would think of for this one would be the melancholic temperament. Very quick, witty, charming. That melancholic temperament is associated with the Mercury face shape in face reading, so very pointy face, which you think Mercury face people are very talented, quick, witty, very highly skilled, and Mercury was associated with merchants, with travel and trade, commerce, communication, so it's a very fitting face shape and temperament combination here. I should clarify that these temperament and face shape correlations are very broad and general. You can find every temperament and every face shape within every caste, but it's just a broad correlation that I have observed over time and seems to symbolically fit. In terms of facial features, third estate people are going to more often have those flat, straight across eyebrows.
These fuckers are so annoying to build.
Logical and determined. Small eyes that are close set, that's going to show their nitpicky, detail-oriented side. And for the more mercantile, money-oriented side, big mouths, which stand for a strong appetite, a desire to get what they want out of life, and very big, full, fleshy earlobes as well, which stand for a more materialistic, hedonistic orientation. Lastly, we get to the bottom of the hierarchy, the fourth estate, the majority of people. This is peasantry, the common folk, and since it is the majority, I define this caste negatively instead of positively, not in the sense of it being bad, but in the sense of it being defined by excluding rather than including. This is more or less everyone else. If you're not particularly interested in divine truth or spirituality, if you're not particularly interested in gaining and holding power and you aren't driven towards that, and if you aren't even particularly interested in mastering a certain skill or getting as rich as possible, maybe you believe in God, maybe you have political convictions, and maybe you want to get good at something to make money, but it's not something that singularly drives you. It's not something that you're obsessively driven towards in a very single-minded fashion, then I would put you in the fourth estate. And if the first estate is interested in religion, the second estate is interested in power, and the third estate is interested in economy, then the fourth estate is interested in culture in the broadest sense. They are interested in the folk, in other people. If you're the kind of guy where you just want to spend your life having fun with your friends, hanging out, fitting in.
Imagine believing that being born with a bigger earlobes and a wide smile means you're greedy and eat a lot. What the fuck? I feel like that's exactly what makes this so fun to me to listen to, because it's just like, it's like, it's just goofy, but it's goofy in a way that's insanely fucking entertaining. Trying to figure out how to fix this glue situation here. It's every time I do anything Warhammer related, it's always a problem. It doesn't happen when I'm not doing this while streaming, I promise. Okay, I think I fixed it. It took me a hot fucking minute, but we're here now.
Even making art or entertainment or caring for your family, I would put you in this caste, and it's not a bad thing to be. Again, society needs all four of these people. If we didn't have commoners, farmers, peasants, then the priests, warriors, and merchants would have no one to feed them, and everyone would starve and society would collapse. Typically, these commoners will have either of the two main choleric face shapes, the square Earth face shape or the trapezoid-shaped Saturn face shape. These are going to show their groundedness, their reliability, their focus on the here and now rather than any sort of abstraction, be they religious, political, or economic. They're going to have more curved eyebrows.
This caste system bullshit. Look, it's a guy who's kind enough to tell us, okay, to teach us even that he's teaching us what we can and what we cannot be based on our face shapes, okay, and eye color and nose shape. This is not easy lessons, okay? This is the type of shit that you'd have to pay some lunatic millions for, and he does it for free. Just appreciate the coolness here.
Showing deference to social consensus, decision-making based on the feelings of people around them, and very close-set ears, showing that they're very conformist and dependent on their social relationships. They're also going to have quite short noses on average, which stands for being action-oriented, caring more about physical action and doing stuff than on deep thought or contemplation. Now, these four categories that I've laid out are very broad, and there's a lot of variety within them. Within the first estate, you have not just priests, but wizards, magicians, sorcerers, prophets, and shaman. Within the warrior type, you have more of the aggressive warrior knight, and the more refined prince or aristocrat, the social reformer versus the revolutionary warrior. Within the third estate, you of course have the differentiation I already made between the more nerdy, skill-oriented tradesman and the more charismatic, money-making merchant. And then of course, because it's such a broad, inclusive caste consisting of probably the majority of society, you have an incredible diversity within the peasantry. Everyone from more charismatic, outgoing, friendly innkeeper types to more creative bard types to more driven, determined huntsman types who kind of lean towards that warrior element. And so in my next video on this topic, I will be getting into the 4 subcastes or archetypes that are within each of these overall castes, which I believe constitute the 16 basic job types. I think that pretty much any job you have, you can break it down into any of these 16 types, but that video will be for later. This one has gone long enough already. If you want to get your face and personality analyzed by me, check out the link in the description and in the pinned comment. That's where you can find my website and my Patreon, where you can learn a lot more about this and learn about this theory of caste and archetypes specifically, and about face reading and physiognomy as a whole. This has been Taylor from Prosopa Insights reminding you.
Wait, so he does actually offer that as a service? No cap. Like, unironically, you can send your face over and he's going to analyze your face for what kind of caste you belong in. At times like this, I wish I wasn't a VTuber. I wish that I could just send that shit in and see what I get. Is he tweaking on that good shit? Because he sounds completely insane. Look, anytime somebody talks to you about what caste you belong in on the basis of how far your chin is away from your mouth, the person's not cooking. That's just at a baseline level. He's interesting, though, in that it's sort of just like a little bit of fun insanity. And who doesn't enjoy a little bit of fun insanity? Even India got rid of that shit. Still very much a thing in India, no? I thought that the caste system in India's doing as well as ever, frankly. Is it not? I've never heard of them, like, taking that shit down. Going through content at a good pace. I don't know if it's because I'm doing the minis in the meantime, and if that helps, or if it doesn't help. I do know that the camera angle is a bit shit. I do apologize. I feel like I set up the camera shit today. Isn't it birth-based in India, though? I don't know the intricacies of it. I just know that it's like a giga fucked. It's just like a super bad thing. Just genuinely fucking horrid. I'll do his face at like a small angle, I feel like. To be serious for a second, the caste system locks people that might be good at something due to being stuck in a class. I thought the caste system got rid of with Gandhi. I think they still have one. Maybe it's just not what it used to be, but I'm pretty sure it's still a thing. I mean, at a baseline, the issue that you've got with the caste system is that it's like a ready-made system to be exploited into the ever-loving fuck by bad actors, right? And you can never You can never get away with this shit, because that's the rough part of it. Because let's say that you are one of the, let's say you're one of the good ones, right? TM. And you are like a pragmatic person driven by results, and you establish a caste system which rewards genuine good effort, but it is a strict caste system. All that means is that like a generation, 2 generation down the lines, you're going to put like some fucking cunt in a position of power that shouldn't be there, and it's all going to go down the shitter. Like that shit never works for that precise reason. Fucking capitalism is supposed to excel at bringing the competence to the forefront. As far as any economic system we've ever had, that is literally the best one for that, and it still sucks ass. Like, it is still fucking horrible. So many generations down the line, it's just not. Look, by the way, we've built the first one, chat. I don't know if you can see him very well. Let me double check. There you go. We've got the first Vanguard Hunter. Look at him. Look at how cool he is. Got a little crossbow, got a little axe. He be chopping. Hey Rootsy, we are doing a little bit of react, doing a little bit of watching, doing a little bit of chilling, and other than that, just enjoying ourselves. How are you doing, love? How's life was everything? We're finished with rats? Yes, we are finished with rats. I have no more rats to build for the time being. I will have plenty of rats in the future because there was a huge fucking leak of a lot of the databases online. So there's going to be once I've got a 3D printer, there's going to be a lot for us to rat about. But for the time being, no more rats. How is he going to reload the crossbow with an axe in his hand? He's just going to put the axe down, and he's going to reload the crossbow, and he's going to pick the axe back up. What, are you stupid? Are you stupid? You strike me as a sort of stupid man. Sorry, not sorry. Should probably glue him to the base as well, shouldn't I?
Another one.
Heyo, somebody subscribe. Thank you. Why do I not get a notification of people subscribing? You get it on the screen, but I don't know who just subbed. Whoever it is that just subbed, thank you. Why did Twitch auto-mod this message? Twitch is being weird. I have another video for us to watch.
Gilded.
This one's straight from TikTok, okay? This is from Lewis Treasury. So you know this is gonna be one of those. So this is the weird world of girl dads from TikTok.
Girl dads.
Oh my god, you look just like your dad. You guys are twins.
Girl dads.
Yes.
Girl dads.
I'm still all alone.
Girl dads.
They ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it.
Girl dads. Girl dads.
Although she does have a very nice figure. I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Oh, it's so weird.
That is to this day, that is such a fucking strange thing to say. I have no idea how the fuck he lives all of these quotes down.
Stop. You know what? You are sick. Yeah.
Do I look suspicious?
You look grotesque.
Actually, it gets even worse than him, if you can believe it.
Am I worthy of being pursued? It must be enforced by the father, the man in their life. If they do not get that reinforced by their father, they will go outside the home to get the answer to that question.
What's the daughter meant to think of this? Am I an object? Am I prey? The girl dad phenomenon is a much broader scope than the boy mum phenomenon that we talked about last time, ranging from wholesome to downright dystopian. Fathers being actively involved in their children's upbringing is fairly a recent phenomenon that, we've gone from children being seen and not heard to then, hey, it's your responsibility too. Fathers' roles have historically been more about securing his property. Boys are best, as I've talked about before when it comes to gender reveal. Girls are to be married off well, and as her father, you play a key role in that. And the way to get a girl married off is to ensure her purity. It's so easy
easy for a girl's reputation to be ruined, which reflects on you, dear father. Girls just carry a lot of responsibility. Hell, just look at the discourse happening around Olivia Rodrigo at the moment with baby doll dresses. I brought this up with my patrons weeks ago when that music video dropped. There is no way to be an acceptable woman. Purity in the pop star. Let me know if you want a video on that. It's been on my cards since I talked about Sabrina Carpenter last year. Having a son secures your legacy, he carries on your surname, he can carry on the family business because he could be trusted to do so. And they're just more fun. You get to do all sorts of cool things when you have a son. Girls are just not seen as universal.
I don't have a family business to pass down, so I feel like that issue's just immediately solved, you know? Don't matter if it's a girl, if it's a boy or if it's a girl, they ain't getting shit because I don't have anything to give them. Let's fucking go. Modern problems require modern solutions. So very laid behind reveal. Yeah. We've been, this is the 3rd stream where I'm building minis. To be fair, this, like, the setup is quite scuffed right now. It will be better as time goes on. It's just for the time being, it leaves me with something to do with myself whilst we're watching the video.
Appealing or relatable, like Pop Culture Detective talked about in this video. Pixar actually axed a fantastic looking movie because they were like, we don't think that boys are going to be able to relate to these girl characters.
Now, if it is a problem that young boys are having trouble identifying with girls, that's all the more reason why this kind of project should be greenlit. And not only this project, but thousands of others like it. If young boys are having trouble seeing girls and women as people, then that represents a massive problem. Not a surprising one under patriarchy, but it is a huge cultural issue.
Meanwhile, boys are the default, male leads are the default. It's like the disappointment of playing a multiplayer video game back in the 1990s when you got stuck playing Princess Peach and that was the last character and you were like, oh god, now I've got the worst one. Or you were stuck playing the girl character who typically had lower stats. We can get more into gaming because there's a whole video topic I want to make about women in male fields.
That's true, isn't it? I haven't even thought about that until right now. But I'm just thinking back to all the games that I played where you could play a female character. They did in fact have worse stats. Completely, it didn't dawn on me until right now. I don't know if we've spoken about this before or what, but this is true.
And yes, just like my last video, I've spent ages blurring the faces of all of these children because even though these fathers are the protectors and providers, they don't blur their children's faces because they don't seem to care about their safety. From all of my observations, there are 4 types of girl dads. The paternalistic protector, the reluctant girl dad, the one who wishes he had a son, the wholesome girl dad, and the purity culture girl dad. And of course all of this only applies to the fathers who have actually stuck around and been fathers to their children at all. As I've been researching for this video, a question kept on popping up in my mind. Why is it girl dads are like this? My patrons are the ones that voted for this video topic and they already have the extended, ad-free and uncensored version available.
What if she never dates?
Then you'll never date. Oh, I like that. And I'll get to sleep at night. The deep slumber of a father whose daughters aren't out being impregnated.
We're so used to this kind of girl dad that he's featured in most things that depict a dad who's actually stuck around.
I just want to talk to him. I just want to shoot him. I just want to talk to him. You can't shoot him!
Wait, what?
The protective father who's comically intimidating to any boy who wants to date his precious little princess. You know, fathers are protectors like Jake.
I'm gonna be the best dad ever.
And you see this trope pop up all the time in girl dad content and most of it's meant to be well-meaning.
I will say, stupid as this is, the scene from Bad Boys where Reggie comes around and the 2 dudes are busting his balls. It's such a fucking stupid scene, but it's so funny to me for some reason. Like there was just something about that scene that tickled my pickle just right. I don't know, many games where the female characters are worse necessarily, but different, like less strength, more charisma type thing. Not even in my experience. I'm thinking back to games that I played as a kid. Not even charisma. Strength and charisma were always male characters, like sort of like whatever warrior equivalent, and then like Astarion sort of for charisma. For female characters, it was usually magic or some form of like dexterity based with a bow.
Sometimes a little bit creepy. He's staring at his daughter and her boyfriend kissing and then her boyfriend notices it and makes a big joke out of it. He's interrupting his daughter and her boyfriend at the beach and like fully inserts himself in to like kick the boyfriend out of the way. When your daughter brings her boyfriend over and her dad is heartbroken. Every teen girl dad's worst nightmare. Wait, your worst nightmare is a nice boy bringing over gifts for her, asking her to be his Valentine. That's your worst nightmare? Even teen girls will tell you that's definitely not their worst nightmare. And of course this father inserts himself in as well. But it's all haha fun jokes. Are these guys forgetting that they dated other people's daughters? Oh wait. Hypocrisy is in the room with us, isn't it? These are the types of boys to avoid. All of them, it turns out. Oh, haha, so funny. She said no boys until 2027, but he said no boys until 2050. So what, she'll be like 26 at that point? That's totally healthy for that to be the first interaction she has with boys. Great. But Bryony, it's a joke. Then why do I feel like this woman at that comedy show? I'm waiting for the actual joke to happen to laugh. But this is their role, the protector and the provider. You know, like Liam Neeson in Taken, even though statistically it's actually the people that the girl knows, most likely family members who are going to be abusing her, but we'll get to that bit later. She's free to spend his money however she wants, so long as it's within like the certain confines of where he allows her to be.
What the hell is that?
A dress.
Says who?
Calvin Klein.
It looks like underwear. Go upstairs and put something over it. Anything happens to my daughter, I got a 45 and a shovel. I doubt anybody would miss you.
But as all things linked to patriarchy, it's about protecting certain kinds of girls, like I've talked about when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein. You wonder why it's Daddy's little princess and not Daddy's strong, kind, brave little girl. In this instance, he gets to be a king. And this is where we get overlaps into the type 4 purity culture kind of dads, and this is where it can get really nasty and murky very quickly. Think like Regina's dad crying in Mean Girls, or like Katie's dad wincing like this in Mean Girls. Man, how is that movie so relevant, like, over 20 years later? It's memes like this about Hawk Tua's father, when men are forced to confront the fact that they viewed women as objects, and then they're projecting that stuff onto their child, and they're like, oh my goodness, I don't want men to see women the way that I have viewed women, because now it affects my property, my daughter. So what he does, instead of calling out this bad behavior, is put more controls in place around her for her protection. As Jessica Kellgren-Frozard has talked about in this video, it's really only particular women who get saved. A lot of these dads don't mean to project slut-shaming, but it's what they automatically do. We've got fathers projecting this not just onto their teen girls, but even younger kids, like from toddlers, even from a baby like this. Like, bro, why are you viewing a toddler who is just bouncing and then using the umbrella stand for stability as anything other than like a child that's bouncing? Why are they so quick to sexualize baby girls? Anytime a little boy and girl are hanging out, it's automatically like, oh, they must be in a relationship. Yet, who get called the groomers all the time? Like, it's very weird compat stuff. Human punishment is becoming a girl's father. That's one jealous and disappointed daddy. There's a similarity between the enmeshment creepiness that has happened with boy mums, like we saw last time, with the same jokes being made of, I prayed for a woman who was obsessed with me, but I didn't specify the age. She's in love with her daddy, but what she doesn't know is that he fell in love first. These are actually really sweet and wholesome moments, but then why are you putting this text over them? Because that actually really ruins it. Because your child, like, they form an attachment with you because you are...
Well, I mean, it's for TikTok shit, right? I feel like this one's not that big of a deal, I feel like. Now, in my opinion, I've said this before, I will maintain this, okay? You shouldn't be posting your kids on the internet. There's a lot of nonsense around. There's a lot of machine learning right now that makes CSAM out of the pictures of your children. You should, if you care, if you remotely care, you shouldn't be posting any of this shit online. It's simple as. But in terms of like the sentiment of the father here, I think this is probably okay, right? Like, who cares type deal.
Their whole world. They're not in love with you. Why are you saying that you're in love with your child? It's like, you love them, but you're not going to be in love with them. The amount of videos that have been made getting toddlers and very young little girls signing contracts on not to date boys. One of the worst videos I saw was when they were getting a newborn baby to sign a contract saying that she wasn't going to date until X amount of years in the future. So quickly thinking about her minor and her life in the future when she's just a baby. And this guy insists on kissing her at the end of the video too. I guess I'm sure denying her the ability to mingle with all different types of people is not going to harm her in any way. It will not mean that she's emotionally stunted or struggles when she's out in the real world at all, and it wouldn't possibly mean that she'll probably, you know, rebel in weird and strange ways. There is this idea of ownership of their child's body, whether they want to admit it or not. If it's about protecting her, then why aren't you trying to make the world a feminist place where she'll be safe instead of putting the onus on her to cover up? To live inside very rigid boundaries, strict curfews, not date. There's also this weird issue of kind of having expectations of the girl to kind of take take care of the house in the same role that the mother would be taking. A lot of these men are saying like, I'm showing her what a good man looks like. Well, if you want to really show her what a good man looks like, how do you treat her mother? Do you participate equally in the unpaid labor at home? How do you treat other women in your life, and how do you talk about other women in your life? Otherwise, these dads are just teaching her that he is the only man who will ever be kind to her in this world. Do we not see how concerning that is to create this dependency on him? My daughter won't have daddy issues. She will meet other men and wonder why they aren't as awesome as her dad. And we also know how many fathers are really worried when their daughters go off to college or something. Because who's going to be there to protect them anymore if he's not there? Well, girls actually hide the horrors that they face in their day-to-day lives far more from their parents than what they think. Fuck. Because if they tell their overprotective parents what's actually happening, they will only have greater restrictions put on them. Sadly, many of you shared in my comment section on this video when asked, a lot of people have actually been catcalled for the first time between the ages of 9 to 13. This is something that so many fathers, especially...
I will see whoever the fuck is out there catcalling a 9-year-old. You are fucked in the head. Like, to a profound degree. Oh, what the fuck? Who does that? Like, it's just such a genuinely fucking odd pedophilic thing to do, no? Like, in what world? The quartering? Probably, actually, yeah. But then again, I feel like we're all in agreement in that the quartering is fucked in the head, right? Like, there seems to be no disagreement on that one. He is mental. To a quite an aggressive degree, actually. They really do that shit in public. That's the thing. That's just, I can't wrap my head around that because I've never witnessed it. And this is not to say that I doubt it happening. It very obviously does happen, right? We are hearing about it right now. It's just such a I just don't have the words. You know what I mean? I genuinely just don't. Because who the fuck catcalls a 9-year-old? Not to say that catcalling the 13-year-old is any more understandable, because you're still profoundly fucked in the head, and I'm still thinking you're a nonce, and that is a big issue. But a 9-year-old? That is not normal, man. That is not normal.
These overprotective dads, they will have no clue about. But what we get taught by these type 1 dads, these paternalistic protectors, is that our body is the problem.
Catcalling people in general is weird. Well, I mean, absolutely, right? And it does my fucking head in. I feel like it's not that it's defensible when you're doing it to an adult, but like you're at least doing it to an adult. You know what I mean? Like at least that's where we're at, that you are doing that to an adult. I'd rather you not be doing that, but at the very least, you're choosing an adult to do it to. It's fucking weird to catcall. I don't know, I just can't wrap my head around it. I haven't been catcalled since I've been 18, pretty much. That is a grim statement on, like, the state of humanity, though, I will say. She's not being Xamanax. That is just yikes.
Sin. Like Soraya Chemily says in All We Want Is Everything, my father was the first man I shielded from these experiences. He was always worried about the unwanted attention. As a parent, I now understand his fear. Growing up was a daily reminder that he couldn't actually protect me, and his fear ignored the reality that I had been dodging hands, followed, and crassly propositioned since I was 9. I learned from other women who, being circumspect, collectively shield their men from knowing what other men had done to them. As I got older, I stayed silent out of concern that he would further restrict my already shrinking freedom, or he may do something rash and endanger himself. By the time I was 15, he tasked my younger brother with protecting me, which is absurd. Now I had to worry about both of us. If we don't talk about male violence, boys grow up never recognizing their privilege or the cost of it. We regard men as protectors and aggressors, while relegating ourselves to the margins, ironically, to protect them. It's all about protecting men's comfort, like their male fragility, ultimately, and them not having to address the cognitive dissonance that they're carrying with them, the fact that they view all women as like sluts, instead of them addressing that and addressing the root cause and issues around it and creating a better world. They instead see it as their role to like clamp down on her further. Surely we can see that this is wrong, but this is what they've been taught under patriarchy, that this is the right thing to do. Which is why I say, it's up to everyone to start unlearning this stuff. Type 2, the reluctant girl dad, or I wish I had a son girl dad.
He called me slugger until I got my first training bra, and then he just stopped
touch with me? I wasn't Slugger anymore.
If you want to have intercourse with that girl, find out what kind of cologne her father wore.
Do not even get me started on the whole daddy issues thing and the fact it immediately gets seen as something for people to take advantage of this girl for, and putting the blame on her rather than the abandoning, probably abusive father that did this shit to her. And yes, I do have an entire video that I really want to make on why men love insecure women. This is a trope where we get these fathers longingly look at these boys that get to do all of this cool stuff with their boy dads, whilst they are stuck with stickers and having makeup put on them and all of this humiliating stuff that is no fun at all. But the thing is, you so often see their daughters having a great time with these big smiles on their face. It's like they love spending time with their dad, but the dad is really just like, I wish I was him over there. It's going to be so wonderful for her to grow up and see these videos. It really is. She's going to love these jokes you've been making about her. Imagine seeing this video,
sad,
the one that made us want 5 more, showing their firstborn son being well behaved and this perfect little cherub, cut to the little girl, their second child, saying, the reason we stopped at 2. She's gonna love that.
Like, you can be rough with the boys and, like, I don't know, just my girl's just super loving, just calm. I don't know. With my boys, man, how to rough them up. You know, I can play fight with them, but I don't know, something about a little girl, man.
You can't just treat them the same as girls. Girl dads trying to be boy dads as he mishandles her on a bike, making her fall. This comes up time and again in scientific studies, how much boys really are favoured and seen as more capable, like stronger, everything by all of the parental figures. They did a crawling experiment to see like if the parents were able to predict like how far their child would be able to go up the slope. Mothers of girls underestimated their performance and mothers of boys overestimated their performance. Mothers' gender bias had no basis in fact. When we tested the infants in the same slope task moments after mothers provided their ratings, girls and boys showed identical levels of motor performance.
Of course,
and
they're
it's been
infants.
shown that crawling
There's no
plays a
biological
really
difference
important
between
step
them
in
at that
perception
point.
of risk. So coddling girls and trying to protect them only works out worse for their development. Oh my goodness, my tinnitus got really bad. We're gonna keep going. I've told you before, I'm always in some level of pain. So for babies in particular, it's really important to let them explore their environments and get comfortable with themselves.
I believe they're
Girls are also
practically
assumed to be
identical
more
at that point,
empathetic and
globalized, yeah.
social than boys. However, a study has just come out about this. This meta-analysis showed it to be untrue. Boys are just as social and caring as girls, but that gets squashed out of them by the ways that they're socialized under patriarchy. So no, boys aren't hardwired for maths and to be stronger and to be into science and be engineers and everything. That stuff is socialized and taught to them. Just in the same way that girls have expectations on them that they are natural nurturers and carers. In 2017, an experiment was done where baby boys wore girls' clothes and baby girls wore boys' clothes. Participants automatically gave them the toys they thought they, quote, should have, and projected all sorts of gender ideals onto them. This included giving the babies they thought were boys toys which taught spatial awareness, and playing with these toys has an impact on the brain over the course of just 3 months. So you still think it's all nature rather than nurture that makes boys and girls so different? No, people are setting them up from their infancy because of these stupid gender norms. I know in this experiment they only showed the women talking, but the men behaved the exact same way as the women. We see all of this play out so differently with how fathers play with their daughters versus playing with their sons. Like, they will carefully place their daughters somewhere like she's this precious little object to be like, you put over there, you're on this pedestal, I'm gonna look after you by putting you separate from things. And then with boys, they'll roughhouse with them, they'll play with them, they'll really engage with them. One of these is an object, the other one is like a teammate, a playmate. And yes, sometimes this can actually really create like this weird competition level between fathers and their sons, and fathers encouraging like this sort of lockhead notion with their sons, which is really unhealthy too. The study early into the gender differences. And
I will say, just if for nothing else, I feel like videos like this are always just worthwhile to keep in mind, if for no other reason than just so that when you fuckers have kids, or when I've got kids, it's just good to remember that like you can bring them up sort of similar, right? And that will be quite valuable to them. Like, there's no need to do, like, a fucking separate regiment for the boy and a separate regiment for the girl. You can just raise them similar, and it will work out quite well for them, actually. I'll make my daughter a super weeb. Well, do you know what? That might be fun. Enjoy yourself, bro.
valuing strength shows just how early this starts. All of these studies really fall into the gender binary, I'm very sorry. Boys thought it was more important to be strong than girls did, and as they aged, both girls and boys demonstrated knowledge that the stereotype that boys care about physical strength, with girls also being less likely to associate being a girl with being strong. Boys are the protector and the aggressor. Girls are the carer and the nurturer. Some of these fathers may even tell their daughters that they never wanted to have a daughter. And I spoke about this in my gender reveal video last year, because this is the villain origin story of J.K. Rowling. Her father explicitly didn't want a daughter, and she has spent her whole life trying to gain his approval. And she's projected all of this pain and all of this hurt and unresolved issues onto trans people. She's hurting so many in the process because she hasn't bothered to go to therapy. This is why we boycott Harry Potter, and death of the author does not apply when it comes to J.K. Rowling, because all of the money that she's making from every single part of the Harry Potter franchise, including the brand new show, she's directly using the funds of that to fund anti-trans hate. Literally, this is her organization dedicated to removing transgender people's rights in the workplace, in public life, and in protected female spaces. How would these dads feel about their daughter if they identified as non-binary or as their son instead? I thought that you always wanted a son. It's so weird how these fathers are so comfortable with their daughters being a tomboy and like slugger and all of that sort of stuff, but at the same time they will also project a lot of gender norms onto them, expecting them to be the carers, take care of like the stuff around the house and everything. But as soon as their daughter starts to sort of betray the gender binary,
my sister's kid is like 1.5 years old right now, and they just let her choose what she wants to play with. She loves playing with toy cars and animals. Hey Ruby, how you doing, love? Yeah, I know that my brother used to prefer playing with dolls when he was younger. I remember that he used to really like playing with dolls with my sister. Like, it was just like a thing that he enjoyed. It's just, and I don't see what the fuck's the problem there, you know? I thought her anti-trans shit because she had a bad experience in the bathroom. I honestly don't know about the J.K. Rowling law. I'll be honest with you, mate. I don't know what it is precisely. I just know that she's fucking insane. And beyond that, I have quite literally nothing that I can tell you that's going to be like definite.
he will have the exact same sort of reaction as J.K. Rowling. Even Pride and Prejudice shows us a reluctant girl dad. Yes, he's got his favourite, which is Lizzie, but he still doesn't love her as much as if she were a son. And he resents the fact that his wife gave them 5 daughters, even though we know it's the sperm that actually determines the sex of the child. A patron brought this up, and we can really see the effects of this when it comes to the character of Mary, because she carries a lot of internalized misogyny and projects that onto all of her other sisters. In the book, she really is the classic mean-spirited, not like other girls, putting other girls down because of the influence of her father especially. And yes, I was very glad for the rewritten character in the other Bennett sister.
There was a video exemplifying how society fucks with girls' view of themselves, and I'm gonna link the video if any of you guys are interested. Yeah, I think there's just a lot of that going around. There's just a lot of this is just needlessly toxic shit that has no utility for us, you know? It's just... It's not even... I was going to say that this is like a thing that had utility for a long period of time, and so we stuck with it, but a lot of it didn't. It is just... It's such a weird topic. When I was a kid, I used to make wooden swords and fight with trees, LMAO. That was fun. My dad used to get so mad because I used to use up so much wood. I used to have so many toy swords, and like fucking play fighting was my whole childhood. I would have fucking swords on top of swords on top of swords. When I was like very young, like formative kind of like, well, when I still remember though, I had few swords, but I would just pretend that they're different swords when I was playing. And then when I was older, like I would just, swords were my whole fucking thing, you know what I mean? And then I think I watched Lord of the Rings, and it's just, I knew from that point onwards, I want to live in a fantasy world, run around with a sword and like hunt down orcs, you know? Can't quite get to that, but it is a nice memory.
I love that show so much. They did a really good job of changing and updating that character. But you can see how this sort of attitude of constantly putting other women down and saying that I never wanted a daughter, how this can actually really breed internalized misogyny in the daughter, teaching them that women are not inspirational, that they're worthless. What I often see in the comment sections of these videos of these dads longing to have sons instead is people piping up and saying, hey, your daughter is more useful to have than a son though, so you should be grateful. A lot of gender essentialism really kicks in here with this comment saying, girl dads win in the end. When they're grown, she will save you a plate, check on you, pick up your meds. Your son, good luck. If he doesn't have a good wife, you'll see him on Thanksgiving, Christmas, and Super Bowl Sunday. She will provide good services to you, so you should be happy that you have a daughter. Not that she's a child deserving of love in and of itself. You should love her because she's useful. And another thing which occurred to me whilst working on this video is because of all of these patriarchal standards, because men really try to uphold patriarchy in order to be able to secure their position in the hierarchy of other men, it means that men can't really let themselves enjoy girly things unless they've got a woman or a female around them to be able to put the blame on for dragging him into this thing. For example, so many guys love watching the same reality TV as us, chick flicks. They enjoy going to farmers markets and visiting pretty gardens, so you must have a female with you as a cover, otherwise you'd be labelled as being gay. Ooh. Like these dads may have always wanted to enjoy these fun girly activities we see them doing.
I told you guys this. I told you this before, and I maintain it to this very day. One of like my comfort movies, which is an entire fucking an entire franchise set of movies, really, is Twilight. I've said this before. I'll say it again. Like, if I have nothing else to watch and I'm looking for like just something to put on in the background that will give me cozy feelings and that I can just do my work to or whatever the fuck, I'm putting Twilight on and I'm gonna have the time of my life doing it. Fucking, I've been Team Edward from day one, and I just knew. Do you know what it is though? I will tell you what it is. I don't know if this is like because of how they did. It probably is because of that, actually, exactly. I would probably not have been quite so Team Edward from the get-go if I didn't think that werewolves in Twilight were just a whole bunch of fucking wasted potential. I really like werewolves in general, especially in shit like what's that vampire flick with vampire and werewolves with Selena as the main character? She always wears like fucking skin tight leather clothing. It's very nice to look at. Underworld? Yes, Underworld. Thank you, Doctor. Werewolves in Underworld. Fuck. Werewolves in Twilight. They're just wolves, but bigger. You know, it's just very boring. Genuinely very boring how they've done them. Werewolves are lame in Twilight when vampires get cool powers. Yeah, and and then later they introduced vampires having like fucking special powers as well on top. It's just so not fair. I like Jacob until he decided to mate with a kid. Yeah, the imprinting thing was weird. And I remember the copes about it, and I remember how they rationalized it. Shit was still weird. They thought they were being nifty with the time jump. They weren't. It was not good. They shouldn't have done that. They shouldn't have done that. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's like they really wanted everyone to have a good ending, and the only way that they could have that done is if everyone ends up in a romantic relationship. So they just have him imprint on the kid. Shit's weird, yo. Shit's weird. That's what I mean. It's equal until you have vampires that can control the elements. Even if it's not even about like strength division, strictly speaking, because I wasn't bothered about the fact that werewolves were weaker than vampires. Werewolves are usually shown as like at the end of the day weaker than vampires. They're much stronger in a 1v1, but they usually fucking lose in the end. It was really the fact that werewolves in Twilight are boring as fuck. Fun fact, my mum's friends didn't speak English, so she gifted me a book she had. It was 50 Shades of Grey. Oof. Maybe she did speak English. Maybe she was simply hinting at something. Was it like a MILF? Maybe you were missing an opportunity there, Global Eyes.
Like they don't, so their man card doesn't get removed. Professor Neil brought it up in this video.
The extra layer of making it look like you enjoyed playing with them. because now it all looks like an act.
And it makes me think of this experiment they did by Jubilee before they became like Jubilee, with children being provided a range of toys and the boys were downright scared to touch the pink toys for fear of retribution from their peers or their parents. This boy wouldn't even sit on a pink chair. And this one broke my heart because this little boy said he didn't want to touch any of the girly stuff because his mum would be angry with him.
My mom only likes me to play with boy stuff, not girl stuff.
I said
That's
last time that women
depressing.
can really enforce patriarchy as well,
That is
right?
just fucking
But he ends up playing
sad.
with them as he doesn't think he'll be caught. All of this is created because of this nonsense fear, and it's really sad to see. I've said it 10,000 times now, but it always bears repeating that patriarchy hurts everybody. Let's go on to my favorite kind of girl dad and finish on this really wholesome reel I came across. Isn't your husband sad he doesn't have a son? Look how joyous this man is. A child's gender really shouldn't matter, but considering how many men we've seen openly hate the fact that they have a daughter instead of a son, I'm actually kind of here for the girl dads that really do embrace the label.
Do I look beautiful?
Yeah.
Yeah? It's a bit burny, you're a bit close. Ah! Tell you what, I needed this little glow up.
Yeah.
Doing my contouring.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Mom, look at that.
Dill, the dad from Easy A.
Thank you very much. You must be related to me.
Only by marriage.
Give it to me.
Or Terry from Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
I'm building this dollhouse for my girls.
I like
It's their
Brooklyn
birthday tomorrow.
Nine-Nine.
This is what I want to represent girl dads. I've had a boss who definitely falls into the positive kind of girl dad, and seriously, he was like one of the best bosses I've ever had. He was genuinely really inclusive. He was really making sure that women were able to like have their say and participate in all the meetings. It was great being his executive assistant, genuinely. These are the dads who support their daughter's interests no matter what. They want to paint nails? Cool. Like Dad Got Bars made a song about this.
Painting the nails to go to war, but you scared to wear it to the grocery store. Your masculinity been exposed. My nails are pink when I'm at Trader Joe's.
These are the dads who make wholesome Reddit posts looking for advice from other fathers and blind spots they may have when it comes to raising their daughters. I personally love this commenter who said, I think you'll have a while to figure out what your new kid is into. I've got 2 girls and they have very different interests, so I just adapt and try new things and see if it sticks and who it sticks for. He then describes his daughters as having different interests and he embraces those and ends on, all kids are different, listen to them, get to know them, try new things and don't force stuff. Be willing to adapt and you'll do great. I love that advice, and so many of the dads were also saying, oh, hair
It doesn't matter that much if your boy avoids the doors. It kind of does, Doctor. Not really. It kind of does. You haven't seen kids not shackled by their parents' gender ideologies. I avoided doors and turned out fine. What are we talking about here, though? Because the conversation wasn't about, like, the kid avoiding doors. The conversation was about the kid avoiding doors because his parents don't want him to play with dolls. Are you saying that you were you were in that situation, Doctor? Or are you saying that you just had no interest in playing with dolls? Because those are 2 very, very different things. And I just want to clarify so that we can have this conversation moving forward by, like, making sure that we're both on the same page. Because the bottom line of this, I don't think it's to say, Doctor, that there is 100% chance that the kid's going to turn out all kinds of fucked up if you don't let them play with dolls when they want to, and that's it. It's fucking game over for you. It's just to say that, like, you're playing a game that you don't have to play with bad odds, with potentially bad outcomes, that doesn't seem to have any, like, any positive outcomes that we can replicate as a result of it. Right? Because that's what it seems like. It seems like there is no, like, what good do you get out of that? Hold on. 23, so it's this one. What about the next one? 23, 24. 23, 24. What the fuck? I'm just going to go with 25 for this one. There must have been an instruction earlier on which specifically wanted me to do like one or the other, and I did both. And now some of the pieces are not fucking, they're not aligning. But it'll be fine, it'll be fine. That's why we've got the, that's why we've got the brain. That's why we're able to cut into things and whatnot. It's not a big deal is what I'm saying. Well, it might not have been a big deal for you, right? And God bless for that, but it can be a big deal as well, right? Like, of course it can. It's being scared of playing caretaker role. I truly believe that men have a difficulty being a good father because they never learn how to be soft and caring. Do you know what another thing is? And I think that this is vicious as fuck. And I, once again, I don't want to be doing this whole like, ooh, my lobster is too buttery type shit. Because I already do that a fair amount. But I feel like sometimes I just have to do it some more. Sometimes you will have this thing where, so I told you guys before that I was raised by a single mum, right? And my mum didn't want me to do things that boys are not supposed to do. A lot of things. This would include things like cooking, for example, right? Like my mum would just not be interested in me learning how to cook because there was no need, because it's not my responsibility to cook, because my mum's going to make dinner, my mum's going to make the food, and I'm going to eat the food, and everyone's going to be happy, and eventually I'll find myself a partner who's also going to do the cooking for me, and then it's all going to be nice and dandy. Which, in fairness, I did end up in a relationship with somebody who's quite a good cook, and she likes cooking, so she does the brunt of the cooking. But my mum didn't quite consider the little problematic aspect of me living on my own for 4 years at university. Now, to be fair, COVID ended up hitting, so it was a different thing in the end anyway. But the thing is that, like, it sort of left me a bit fucking disabled in that I didn't know how to cook. And the problem that you've got is that when you're like a 20-year-old who doesn't know how to cook versus a small kid that's been taught how to cook, you have this paralyzing fear that if you fuck up cooking something really, really basic, people are going to laugh at you for it. And in some cases, if you fuck up cooking something really, really basic, people do laugh at you for it. And sometimes little things that you think shouldn't matter all that much, that you think, like even the conversation you guys are having right now, like little things that you think are not going to matter and they're not going to be that impactful, they will fuck with you for a very, very long period of time. I will give you another example. At some point, I've realized that, like, hey, it's not good that I don't know how to cook. It's quite a big problem, actually. And so maybe I should learn. So I went to talk to my mom, and I was like, hey, mom, can you teach me how to cook? Like something basic, like just, we can start off with you teaching me how to boil milk, okay? We can start off slow. I can't remember how old I was. That I will have been 16, I think, at the time. So yeah, we started off with my mom teaching me how to boil milk. So she was watching something on the telly. I was in the kitchen. I was asking her for like instructions step by step, and she was telling me what to do. I put the milk in the fucking garnek. What's the word that I'm thinking of in English? What's the word that I'm missing here? A pot. Yes, thank you. So I put the milk in the pot. And I've turned around, so I started watching whatever it is that my mom was watching on the telly, and I wasn't paying as much attention to the milk as I should have, and the milk started going everywhere, because, you know, if you overdo it, it just spills out. And when it started spilling out, my mom went fucking ballistic for no reason whatsoever. She had episodes like that where she'd just get very fucking angry over nothing. And from that moment onwards, so I was 16, until I think 22, I've never tried cooking anything ever again. Not a single attempt. It would have been like shit in the microwave. It would have been like shit that you can make in an oven, like very like easy pre-made things that you already bought that you can just heat up. And yeah, it wasn't until I'm pretty sure I was already in a relationship with my fiance where like I started trying to cook again. And when she would be like showing me easy recipes as well, so that I can make food now and then, so that we can do it together, so that I can like finally take a step in the productive direction. And even now, even look at how good, fucking perfect of an example. I love you guys so much. I'm telling you about how fucked that left me mentally, right? And what are some of the comments? You didn't know how to boil milk at 16? No reason. Like, do you see what I mean? And this fucks with your head. Now, at this point, it doesn't fucking matter, right? At this point, I know what I'm doing in the kitchen, and it will be right. And I know that you're just taking the piss, right? We do what we do in chat. But you would have done that those years ago. I'm not touching a fucking pot for another 4 years of my life again. And there is so much of shit like that where you can say that like, well, no harm, no foul, but there actually was a lot of harm, and it left me fucked. And then I'm in a position where like I have to Like, I have to fix this, right? Because you cannot be an adult and not know how to cook even basic things. Like, come on. You have to be able to at least make a fucking carbonara, right? You have to know the basics. Why would you boil milk? Are you buying it unpasteurized? Well, because you want it hot. And you're also learning how to boil things, right? And you're making hot cocoa. And it's better when you boil the milk than if you microwave it. But yeah, sorry, just trip down memory lane. All my homies eat raw pork because they don't understand cooking temperatures. I actually, when I started doing a little bit of cooking at uni, I always had a very, very simple way of going about it. Like a very, very simple logic. And the logic was simply that I would rather burn it a little bit than have it undercooked. And that's it. That's, I would eat it a little bit charred now and then, but hey, at least it wasn't undercooked. Not gonna lie, I probably wouldn't know how to cook at all if they didn't make me do it at school. Yeah, I feel like lessons like that in school are very fucking good, because I never had any cooking lessons in school, for example. Literally none.
Ties. You need to always have hair ties on hand. And on the hairstyles thing, along with a channel called Dad Braids where he was teaching himself on how to do his kids' hair, and then he's like made all of these amazing tutorials, honestly. I don't know if you've also come across them, Pints and Ponytails. This is where fathers get together in a pub or someone's home and they learn different hairstyles on mannequins. An initiative started by Matthew and Lawrence from The Secret Life of Dads. This dad is genuinely showing me up because I do not know how to do a fishtail braid. Hell, I don't really know how to do much anything with my hair. It's spread so far across the UK, and one of my patrons actually shared that it's landed in Sweden as well. Hair is a really big deal to a lot of girls and can earn you serious cool points on the playground. I love seeing these girl dads learning and doing these hairstyles for their kids, as it directly goes against all of the BS that we've seen of like the divorced dad who's not brushing his kids' hair or putting them in clean clothes, or like doesn't know how to put his
how to do all kinds of hairstyles. I actually braided my fiance's hair once. I will learn how to do all kinds of cool hairstyles, and it has nothing to do with the woke ideology. It has nothing to do with wanting to be a good father. It is purely an opportunity to spite the universe because it took my hair away, and I never got to braid my hair. I never got to have cool ponytails, so I'm gonna have my kid have cool ponytails. Actually, if it's a boy as well, fuck it. Yeah, there's no need to limit this just to girls. I'm gonna have them have all kinds of cool hairstyle as like a fuck you to the universe. Plus also so that they can actually have a little bit of time to enjoy it with, because if they do get my genes, they're losing hair as well. My family never taught me how to cook. I still don't know how to make schabowy without having leftover panierka falling in the oil and turning into charcoal. I'll be honest with you, Amanax, there are quite a few things that I do as well, where there's always like a little bit of a byproduct there. But as long as the food itself is eatable, we're winning, okay? You've made food that you can eat, and that's what matters. And yeah, maybe there's a little bit of a... Maybe you could have been, you know, a little bit cleaner with it, but it doesn't matter. It's edible.
Hair in like a ponytail or anything. It shows you care, and it's something a lot of daughters really appreciate because they know it's specially done for her, and we recognize it as rejecting toxic masculinity. For these dads to also find that camaraderie with other dads is really good. We just need more hair textures included in the teaching, and I think they've nailed it. Pints and Ponytails have actually come out staunchly against Andrew Tate, and I think that we need to see more energy exactly like this. And they really encourage each other to be quite emotional with one another, which I think is also so very important. This is what happens when you let go of BS patriarchal standards and feel secure in yourself, have a healthy relationship.
Can we just appreciate that the vast majority of those dudes are actually insanely fucking good looking? Like, what a strange room that is. It's just like absolute fucking giga chads rolling in to a scheduled event so they can have some cocoa, learn how to do cool hairstyles for their kids. They chat shit about Andrew Tate, and then everyone goes home. What an absolute fucking joy these people must be.
With your ego rather than having to assert dominance over others, and also lose whilst doing it, because I'm never gonna let Andrew Tate, the guy who says he can never lose, he'll never forget this because I won't let him. These men don't want mums to be stuck doing all of the emotional and invisible labour, hair being one of them. And isn't this really what being a positive girl dad really boils down to? Being a bare minimum mother? It's genuinely just being an involved parent. Mums don't get any praise for doing their daughter's hair, it's just considered to be part of her guy who says he can never lose. He'll never forget this because I won't let him. These men don't want mums to be stuck doing all of the emotional and invisible labor, hair being one of them. And isn't this really what being a positive girl dad really boils down to? Being a bare minimum mother? It's genuinely just
something about that sentence rubs me really wrong. I can't put my finger on what it is exactly. I was jiving with the entire video up until that exact sentence there, and there's something with that that just like profoundly fucks with my sensibilities. You as well though, Diz, right? You know what yeah, because you know what I'm saying. I can't exactly explain it very well, but there's just something like up until there was an earlier part of the video where she was basically chatting shit about like these weirdo fucking TikTok parents, right? Which is like kind of like helicopter parents, but Reels equivalent, which was fair game. Then she was doing a lot of deconstructing, which was really, really good. And then she dropped this sentence now, which sort of like relegates me back to like the second parent. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. It's like you are fundamentally a less than. Yeah, I'm with you, Diz. What a weird fucking thing that is to say.
To be stuck doing all of the emotional and invisible labor, hair being one of them. And isn't this really what being a positive girl dad really boils down to? Being a bare minimum mother? It's genuinely just being an involved parent. Mums don't get any praise for doing their daughter's hair, it's just considered to be part of her job. Same as for all of the other stuff about being a mum, but some guys get together and learn how to do their daughter's hair and the world is like, oh my goodness, the best people ever. The bar that a woman has to meet in order to be able to be called a good mum is so much higher than that for a dad. It still is, even in this example I'm giving here. I'm still saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying like, oh my goodness, we still have got a long way to go. Like, it's sad that this work has even had to be done to make men be like, having a girl is good actually. The world doesn't end if you have a son. It's like this scene from Enchanted where he gives her...
Yeah, it just feels very out of place. It just feels like you couldn't take that little dub without reminding everyone of how much of an L it is comparatively. It's, like, I don't disagree with the point of the video. It was just that was a really, really fucking strange thing to say.
This book, but it's like you'd never think to give a little boy that same book, would you? It's a trap which I think many fathers can fall into without ever meaning to, because they're making all of these conscious choices to make sure they raise their daughters to be empowered. You know, you want to be a really good girl dad, and so you look for inspirational figures for their daughters to look up to, but it's like, well, can't you do the same for your sons? Another thing that Soraya Shamali raises in her book, I have lost track the number of times I've heard teachers, coaches, educators and parents enthusiastically embrace the visible celebration of women as role models for daughters, only to look disoriented and wary when I said that those women are role models for sons too. Early childhood sex segregation, separating children by gender at schools, play, entertainment or educational activities only amplifies gender stereotypes. How many men have inspirational women that they look up to as leaders? And any men that are watching this, what's your favourite book that's written by a woman? Other than this one by Bell Hooks, because I know that's...
I feel like I'm immediately disqualified when it comes to questions like this, but that has nothing to do with like a message of sexism. I just don't read any books. Any at all whatsoever. Just like a genuine fucking zero. It's been a subject of many a ridicule, but frankly, it's not going to change at all. It's it is what it is. I read a fuck ton of manga, including, you know, 18 plus material. I literally put down a book to watch this, and I appreciate you doing that, my friend.
So many of you are going to say it because I bring it up all the time. Like, the default in the Western world of great leaders is typically a white cis-het man. Unless it's sports, in which case you'll often get a black man that's named. When women get into high positions in business, they get framed as being ball busters. The only woman a father usually wants his daughter to replicate is his wife, the mother. And that's only doing all of the unpaid labour stuff because...
Stepan, welcome, my friend. 18 months, let's fucking go. I have overfilled this with glue. That is bad. That's gonna go everywhere if I push it in. The shoulders are us. I'm gonna have to take this apart later and fix it. I have not measured certain things here properly very clearly. Oh, and I've also realized that this should be like that. So that's not good. Probably gonna have to take these apart later. But you know what? We will make do. We will make do. How you doing, Stepan, my friend? How's life? How's everything?
Shown that fathers actually like their daughters to be independent, but then you fall back to type 1 fathers who are really overprotective, and then it's like, well, she can't date anyway, so there's literally no winning. There's no way to measure a good woman in the absence of her relationship to a man. You must obey the father, you must marry well, but in order to be able to marry well, then you need to date people, including people who are not right for you. Oh my goodness, so then you get called a slut, and there is actually no way to win. The best case scenario under patriarchy is that your father picks out the man you're gonna marry. And that brings us to the worst kind of girl dad, the purity culture father. Warning, this is the heavy part of the video.
How cool would it be to say, I've kissed but one man in my life? How cool would that be? How special, how cherished, how set apart.
Type 1 and Type 4 can really overlap. This is where I think of Trump and all of the remarks that he's made about Ivanka, his daughter, over the years.
Your daughter? She's beautiful. Can I say this? A piece of ass. Yeah. She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
Rolling Stone article. Yeah, she's really something, and what a beauty that one. If I weren't happily married, and, you know, her father.
My daughter, Ivanka.
Yeah.
And it's so sad because it's such a telling thing from this video where she's talking about like golf, finances, like real tangible things, you know, like she's given a proper fucking answer, a good answer, no less. She has a real shared interest, and he just has to be fucking disgusting about it.
She's 6 feet tall. She's got the best body.
Yeah, she's hot.
This tour that she gives of her childhood bedroom and the way that she stops and freezes and her whole demeanor entirely changes when she's talking about her bed, and then she has this ghastly 1,000-yard stare and she's automatically trying to be like, I don't want to talk about it, and tries to deflect the conversation to be like, but look at the view, like, don't look at me, look at the view instead, don't look at the fact that I'm dealing with like some very real trauma right now. And I think about how Stormy Daniels said Trump told her that she reminds him of Ivanka. And all of the photos that I've used here, I've made sure to check to make sure that they are all real, because a lot of AI slop has been made about Trump and Ivanka. The real photos are bad enough. We don't need to go adding AI into things, okay? I don't like AI at the best of times.
Right now, it is as it should be. Brand new and fresh. But now, Shay, would you put this in your mouth? No, you wouldn't. Because it's been chewed. And nobody wants that. Because it's been used. That you ladies understand you have an obligation.
Nothing makes a girl feel as empowered as being compared to a piece of gum, right? That is Speaker of the House Mike Johnson doing a purity ball with his daughter. Like Talia Levin shares in Wild Faith, Johnson is a former attorney for the Alliance Defending Freedom, a Christian right law firm whose chief function is providing model legislation to states on subjects evangelicals fixate on, including abortion, birth control, and gay. In the opinion that overturned Roe v. Wade, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas indicated that other legal rulings dependent on the legal concept of a right to privacy would be imperiled. Chief among them Griswold v. Connecticut, which legalized birth control, and Obergefell v. Hodges, which granted gay people the right to marry. This guy is second in line to the presidency. I know that people are always making like jokes like, just do it and stuff about Trump. Vance scares me, but also Mike Johnson scares me more than Vance. This is a scarily dedicated man to the Christian right. You know, the people that are behind Project 2025. Actually, how far along is Project 2025 in terms of completion? I'll put it on the screen for you now. Fathers meant to be the protectors of their child's chastity, brandishing swords. No, really, you'll see a lot of swords in this space. A lot of talk of chivalry as well, and like I've talked about before, that is just benevolent sexism wearing a knight in shining armor costume. There's dedications to being the father's property, the signing of contracts, a rose ceremony. The key he has turns the daughter from an autonomous human being into his object and his property. And one thing I've found really interesting is a lot of the times these fathers are...
I am actually fucking retarded. I've just realized that I don't have... Fuck me. I'm not building these correctly. I mean, they'll work in the end, but I am not building these correctly. And there is one that has like a really cool pose that I think I'm not going to be building once again because I keep fucking it up. What would that be? 42 and 52. Do I have those? Can I salvage this a little bit? I do have 42. I do have 52. We're going to try. We're going to try.
Putting all of these rules onto their daughters, they did not live this life to begin with. They actually had sex before marriage, they did all this stuff when they were young, and they were impure when they were young. And so now they're projecting all of this negative stuff onto their daughters and having like intense control over them instead, making it into like this sort of fairy tale fantasy of this whole ceremony, making her feel like a princess when really it's just shackling her to him in the creepiest way possible. Are these men perhaps feeling guilty for the fact that they have mistreated women and girls over their lives?
It's also like it always baffles me because this is such like an obvious problem, and yet you will not find these people talking about it. Like, let's say that you raise your daughter in this like very sort of keep yourself holy and pure and saintly for this one man that you will spend the rest of your life with, and then she doesn't spend the rest of her life with that man. Like, what happens? What happens to that daughter then? Because, like, surely that is a pretty fucking bad, like, mental state to find yourself in, right?
Yeah, maybe. So then why, instead of dealing with that and making sure that you're not doing that and stopping other men from doing that to your daughters, you're instead putting all of these restrictions on her because she is the cause of sin. And this is where all of this evangelical teaching really comes into play, and it wreaks havoc on everybody involved. I want to do an entirely separate video on purity culture, so I won't get too deeply into it today, but fathers play a key role in enforcing purity culture. They have a really possessive, almost predatory approach to their daughters. The belief that's taught repeatedly is that men cannot control their lust, and if a girl or woman stirs that lust in him, then she is the one at fault. Her body is the issue, she is the sin. She must do everything in her power to remain pure, and if she doesn't remain pure, well, she was the one who made this good Christian man stumble, no matter what her age or anything. You see where this is going? In order to be a good daddy's girl, you pledge your vagina to his keeping, effectively. Like, you're his property, it's his property, that's why he has the key to it. So revolting. There's a documentary called The Virgin Tales from 2012, which is actually for free on YouTube. You can find it right now. Purity balls only became a thing in 1998, started by this guy, Randy Wilson. They're an even worse version.
Time to exit the world, stage left energy. Well, yeah, but that's part of the problem that you've got there, unironically, though, right? Because then what the fuck happens then? What are you actually doing? Like, it's snapping pieces together like Legos, but with glue. Yes, that is exactly what I'm doing, yes. So, for example, this is the body of the Vanguard Hunter that I'm building right now. Hold on, let me make sure that you're seeing this. There you go. So this is the body. The quality of this camera isn't very good, but I'm going to tweak it to my actual, like, phone camera in the future. So this is the body, and I've got the hand now, and I should be following instructions, but I've already fucked up earlier, so there's like a snowballing effect now where I've shit the bed. It is, like, this is salvageable, because it is kind of like a little bit more complicated Lego. It's just not ideal. It's not that big of a deal, because I can and have tweaked this in the past, like I'll fix it if I've done something wrong. But in this case, so I've got the hand here, right? You can see he's holding the axe. The quality, again, is not ideal. I've got the body here with no hands. So I'm measuring whereabouts this hand is gonna go, right? So it's gonna be somewhere around here-ish, so that it's obviously it's connecting. And then when I've sort of made sense out of it in my head, at least, I'm going to put some glue on it, and then I'm actually going to glue it in, which is going to be what I'm doing now. That makes sense why they don't include it then? What do you mean that would make sense why they don't include it then, Cheeto? Just so I understand you. If you are saying what I think you're saying, you can't snap these in place. Glue is mandatory. The glue portion here is not optional. If you don't glue them together, they're not going to stick together, and then you don't have a figurine. Because you can't like snap these together. These are not push fit. You have to use glue. How is that like Lego? When you said like Lego, I thought you just meant like putting the two pieces together. Wasn't thinking about that answer in terms of like, is this how Lego functions versus like what else could it be? I was just like giving you like a very quick answer. That's on me, buddy. That's my bad. Sorry about that. But yeah, it's not like Lego in that case. I have to use glue. Glue is not optional.
of debutante balls, which were basically just
There's
like, I'm
nothing
of
to-
good breeding and marriageable age now. It's that much worse because this happens, like, you
there's
can
nothing
go
to
to your
snap
first
into.
purity ball from like the age of 10
have to
even.
glue.
They reduce a girl to having this gift to give her future husband, but first, her father holds the key to it. Fundy Fridays has actually got a video on this documentary, which I'll have linked for you down below in case you haven't seen it yet. A patron of mine went through chastity training herself. When I was 12, our communities had a sentimental father-daughter dance where we made a promise to Jesus and our fathers, and in token exchange for a gold cross necklace which symbolized our fathers as the protectors and holders of our virginity until the day we walked down the aisle to our husbands. The second event in this would be our presentation ceremonies, where, at the end of grade 12, we would have a ball and be formally presented to the community. These rituals were seen as privilege, actively encouraged and celebrated throughout all-girls Anglican high school, the same school Grace Tame attended, and a decade later was found to knowingly employ at least one as a teacher, who was employed there when I attended the school. I, like so many others from similar backgrounds, was preyed upon. In fact, the weakening of education, encouraging of homeschooling, and the push for parents' rights groups is all directly correlated to this abuse which happens. And it's all connected to evangelicals and Christian nationalists. Of course, this is not all homeschoolers because there are many reasons that people take their children out of schools, whether for disabilities or because of school shootings, which makes perfect sense. I'm very specifically on about the evangelical purity-coded people here. This study from last year shows a strong link between purity culture and shame, emphasis on women's responsibility to prevent transgressions, and the loss of her worth if she has premarital sex regardless of its consent. It found that women exposed to purity culture beliefs as children reported significantly elevated shame scores. This effect held even for women who experience penetrative CSA. If you create this environment where the girl's body is the reason for sin, the cause of sin, and where shame is put on her if anything happens, this just creates the perfect playground for all of these predators to take advantage of these children and make sure that they stay silent. He's a good God-fearing man. He wouldn't do anything wrong, right? She was the one at fault. Because if they do speak up, then they'll be called dirty and wrong and possibly ostracized, not even believed. From Talia Levin's Wild Faith, the official title of HB 1557, Parental Rights and Education, lifts the mask on its true goal. It weakens the power of public institutions to intervene in family abuse whilst consolidating power in the hands of those most likely to abuse their kids, their relatives. According to the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, 91% of CSA is perpetuated by someone known to the child or their relatives, including parents. Yet these are the very same people who label queer folk as groomers. It's literally projection. It's creating this phantasm of fear around gender and everything, like Judith Butler talks about excellently in the book Who's Afraid of Gender, when they are actually the ones that are doing this themselves and they're protecting each other when they're doing it. They're not protecting the children. And child marriage is still legal in so many states in the US. And there's this whole other video I really want to make on the right wanting teenagers to have babies again, because my goodness, there's so much that we could talk about there. As that patron shared, they continued, "My father is one of those men who comfortably threatens violence against other men who he deems harmful to me. It's just he doesn't observe the meaning of harm in the same way I do, being on the receiving end of the CSA. His form of understanding harm is always centered on marriageability and financial success through being provided for, whereas I always wanted to provide for myself and preserve my own autonomy, which I've only truly learned and realized since leaving Tasmania and the community behind." It may shock you to know that this isn't just happening in some backwards areas in the USA. Like, purity culture pockets are all over the place, actually. So Tasmania, which is like an island south of Australia, and here, like, we've got Gloria Vale in the South Island too, in Aotearoa. I really feel like purity culture has been rebranded these days because we know how creepy and weird all of like this purity ball stuff is. Purity culture has been cleverly, algorithmically manipulated to appeal to all different kinds of people, and they don't even know that they're falling into it these days. And I particularly see this happening with Gen Z. There's a whole other video, let me know if you want that.
Children got to be free to lead their own lives.
Oh, you thought I wasn't going to reference one of my favourite Disney movies here? A couple of my patrons raised a really interesting point on this whole boy mums and girl dads issue. If we categorise girl mums and boy dads, we'd be talking about roles being preserved, but girl dads who love dressing up their little princesses, or boy mums chanting boys will be boys over again, gazing wistfully. As a trans person, that feels kind of trans to me. Like, we live in a world with a lot of gender variance, and I can't help but wonder if this is sometimes an expression of repressed gender dysphoria. People get that some parents live vicariously through their kids, but when it's so aggressively gendered, I wonder how literal that is. And there could absolutely be some repression happening here. But that's also what happens under patriarchy, right? Because it really does force this gender binary, and seriously, you will hopefully have realized over the course of these 2 videos that abolishing the gender binary and forcing kids into like this role or this role is something that we should just do, because it's not making anybody any happier. Just like that Redditor said, kids should be free to explore and discover things that they like, and your job as the parent is to support them and embrace that and help them grow into independent adults.
Johnson.
There is nothing wrong with loving your kids. That is literally your job as a parent, is to love them, to raise them, to be there to support them. But you're not in love with them, right? That's the thing where we're really getting into this strange enmeshment. It's like, oh, my child is my friend. It's like, no, they're your child. You've got other adults who are your friends that you're relying on. Otherwise, you're parentifying the child. We're recognizing these very real issues of enmeshment. If your daughter says something...
Do you know what is a fascinating angle of conversation that I have no idea how to have responsibly? So I told you guys, I've shared a fuck ton about my life with you for obvious reasons, right? Other than like the sort of the desire to increase parasociality, to increase the donations. It's also just the fact that like this is kind of what you do as a content creator. You talk to the people who spend their time, who in many cases waste their time, right? Because it's not like we're fucking grinding here. We're just enjoying an afternoon or an evening together. It's not particularly productive, and therefore I'm incredibly grateful for the time that you spend with me, right? Because otherwise I'd be talking to a fucking wall. Now, over the years of me sharing like life stories here or there, I've brought up a number of times that there have been many a times in my life where I was taking the more parental role. It wasn't always about like it wasn't always in a very direct sense, but something like, for example, handling the bills is something that I was doing from a very young age. Because there was usually it'd be something that your parents do. I was raised by a single mother, so my mum would be doing that when we were living in Poland, but when moved abroad, for example, and she wouldn't speak English, she would get this paralyzing fear of basically like sending wrong money to the wrong place. So suddenly that's on me now. If we have to call the council house or the lecky or the gas and we have to talk to them, we have to get a better deal. We have to talk about like what bills are due, when are they due, if we can set up a direct debit. All of that would be done by me. And obviously, being the woke kings and queens and NBs that we are all in here, we can all agree quite easily that that shouldn't be the case, right? It shouldn't be the case that a kid's taking care of that, especially when the kid is prone to making mistakes because he's not ready to be taking care of that, and then you get angry at the kid for having made a mistake, right? Obviously, all in all, ended up quite good for me in terms of the sort of like the life lessons that I had from that. But it sparks a conversation where like I wouldn't be who I am today if not for the fact that my mum had me do things that no kid at my age should have been doing, right? Like, if I wasn't handling the bills, if I wasn't dealing with that, if I didn't have to be like the mature and the sort of, let's say, charismatic, or not even charismatic, diplomatic one would go somewhere, because my mum would get angry immediately and would start fucking yelling at the random lady behind the till. If I didn't have to do those things throughout my entire life, I wouldn't be who I am today. And I'm quite happy with who I am today. So, like I said, I don't know how to have this conversation, because it's a fucking rough conversation to have, to be fair. But I think I'm happy that things ended up the way they did. But it shouldn't have happened. Obviously, it shouldn't have gone this way. But if it hadn't gone this way, if my mum was doing like a better job as a parent, for example, then I would be worse off for it. You know what I mean? Did you understand what I'm trying to say? It's like a very, very awkward sort of thought to have, where the fact that my mum wasn't doing a perfect job as a parent, which nobody's expected to, right? And also, make no mistake, she did a very good job all in all. I'm just saying, like all Polish people, she had issues, okay? But if I didn't take care of these things, if I didn't fill these responsibilities, if I wasn't taking that role in the household, then would I be who I am today? Would I have been able to like bag, for example, a woman who is 7 years older than me and at a very different point in her life, who's like career driven and who like I'm only able to jive with the way I do because of those life experiences? Like, in a way, I would rather be forced to grow up early as a result of that than like enjoy my childhood but not have the things that I have now as a result of it. Does that make sense? Can I call in a second, Chris? I have the answer for you. Yeah, of course you can. I'm pretty sure you have the permissions, Beans, right? You have those permissions because you don't have to ask. I'm in the streaming voice channel because you can just call in. That's how that works. Unless we've changed Discord permissions again, which I don't think we did. But yeah, sorry, just food for thought, because I'm just thinking, like, it's one of those things where I would not say that anyone should have gone through that, right? I would never use the word should, but if you gave me, like, if you asked me right now, hey, Chris, would you rather go through that, or would you rather not go through that? I would rather go through that. I would honestly rather go through that. Because it made me who I am, and I'm quite happy with who I am, for the most part. Obviously, you know, there's bits and bobs I could be better at, but all in all, I'm quite happy. I think grass is always greener, like you're a tad resentful in the missed experiences, but grateful in the things you learned, which helped you later on. Kind of. I think for me, I have, like, there are big things in my life that I'm, like, very resentful for, right? But not that they don't affect my ability to spend time with my family or my desire to help my family or, you know, have a good relationship with my family. There are definitely things I'm very, very resentful for. But by and large, like, fuck me, dude, I'm doing all right, you know? I really am just doing all right.
Like, I want to marry daddy. Like, children form attachments, and of course they'll say stuff like that. That doesn't mean that you're there like, great, I'm going to get my child to sign a contract that they're never going to date anyone until X amount of time, or start going to purity balls and signing contracts that their vagina belongs to you,
not
and
legally
you have their key to
enforceable.
it. If you really want to be a good dad to her, it's not about protecting, aka controlling her. It's about being an involved dad and supporting your children and participating in the home life and being supportive of the mother as well if, like, they're still alive and around. Even if they're divorced, it's like you don't badmouth them to each other. Controlling her clothing and her every waking move only means that she'll not know how to handle herself in the real world, or she's gonna start doing stuff behind your back. If you're concerned for your child's well-being, maybe turn that onto the rest of the world instead of policing and trying to control them. Calling out sexism in your mates, holding guys accountable when they're saying gross stuff about women or being dismissive, and participating in home, that's the stuff that's going to teach her what a good guy is meant to be. And of course, don't go along with the whole boys will be boys rhetoric, you know, the whole like, oh, when my son comes home with a girl, I high-five him, but when my daughter comes home with a boy, I've got a shotgun. We see the problem.
Hey, Beans.
Hello, can you hear me clear?
Well, clear is a strong word, but I can hear you.
It's as long as it's not actively cutting out. I do know it's dog shit audio. I apologize.
It's all right. What can I do for you?
Yeah. So, the thing you were saying that you don't know how it would have been different, right? It's true, right? Because there are lots of things that we grew up with that were stereotypical or just downright harmful, and some things we say we were okay and we weren't really, or we say we were okay and we were, you know, X, Y, and Z. We could go down the list. The way that you can tell what the difference is when you see the next generation, right? Like to me, that's a very easy answer to this. So for example, my best friend, she, you know, stereotypical upbringing. Her husband is very stereotypical, like Southern upbringing. But the way that they are raising their children, they are trying to work on those stereotypes. They have a boy and a girl. Both of them play with the same toys. They both love painting their nails. They don't, it's only now that the boy is starting to get a little older that he's starting to realize that there's peer pressure around some toys. Or he had a moment where he got made fun of for having painted nails at his little daycare thing.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, and he's now understanding, yeah.
He's now starting to understand, but so far they essentially provided as rounded as they could be. Okay? And my point is, of course, the peer pressure is going to be there. That's more of like a cultural shift, right? For that to get more even. But to me, an activity or toy, like especially when you see children playing with them, girls and boys can say they can have the exact same enjoyment out of a toy. Like I've painted nails with this kid, you know, like I've painted his nails and he's like fucked up and he's painted my nails, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's nothing inherent about painting nails that means that boys are going to enjoy it less or learn less skills, or you know what I'm saying?
I'm with you. I don't know if we had like a miscommunication at some point, but I wasn't talking about like what kind of toys I played with. I was talking about
No,
like,
I know. I'm just saying, like, just in general, this, like, when we're talking about stereotypes, I am also, like, addressing, like, essentially, like, Dr. Man's questions as well. Like, you know, the thing that I've been going back and forth as well.
Mhm.
I'm saying, like, that's an example of where we would see how, if something were different, what would that look like, right? Like it's in when these people who have been subjected to those stereotypes and know about the stereotypes then turn around and, like, for example, they don't beat their children, right? Like you can see the difference in how they are raised. That makes sense?
No, it makes it makes sense. It makes sense. It was just so I was expecting, because you were saying that you want to call in just on that note specifically of what I said, and I wasn't talking about the kind of like
You were
toys that you
saying
play with.
yeah, no. Okay, well, no, you were. Oh, okay. I will say you were saying, like, you don't know, like, how, if, like, the way that you were raised, if that would have gotten you to, like, the position you were in life. Okay,
Mhm.
in that sense, it's. I did say, like, I don't think we have that specific answer. Maybe I was misunderstanding what your question was. I thought you were talking about,
Well,
like,
it's
lessons to
so
take
in the
forward rather than,
so
yeah.
in the
Sorry.
in the video that she no, I get you, but in the video she brought up a point where like the kids should be able to enjoy their childhood without like needing to accept like extra responsibility and shit like that, because that might fuck with that childhood. And I'm just saying that, like, I
Oh, yeah,
understand that
sure.
point. Like, I don't even disagree with that point at all. But I'm saying that, like, I, for example, had to take extra responsibility, and extra responsibility that directly fucked with the childhood portion itself, right? Because it were things that would
Yeah.
sort of thrust me into adulthood. And I part of the like uncomfortable conversation to be had there for me is that I don't know if I, like, obviously I can agree that that shouldn't have been the case, right? Like I shouldn't have been pushed for that. I shouldn't have been in that position. I should have just been allowed to enjoy my childhood. But at the same time, being thrust in that situation developed me in a way that like made me who I am today, and I'm quite satisfied with who
Yeah.
I am today. So whilst I would never say that,
Oh.
like, oh yeah, you should. Do you know that Andrew Tate's thing of like, yeah, the
No.
adversity and struggle is good, and all the kids should struggle and bring back bullying? I would never say any of that shit, because that shit's fucking retarded. But I would say that like there's definitely parts of the way how I was thrust into an early adulthood that have like benefited me greatly, and I wouldn't want that onto anyone else, but I would also, if I was like given a choice right now of doing that
good
again.
parts. You want the you want the good part. You want the lessons without the suffering, right?
Well, no. I'm
Like,
happy with the suffering. I'm just saying that I wouldn't I wouldn't expect anyone else to make that decision. So that's the rough part. Like I wouldn't be in a situation I'm in if not for the suffering part. The suffering part was giga fucking important in getting me here. But
yes.
I would rather be here than not be here, but I would never say that like, oh yeah, I wish everyone would do this, like would go through this suffering. Does that make sense?
Yes, no, I understand. And okay, I do have an answer for that too. It's the exact same answer. It's the way that you then turn around and, like, okay, because here's the thing. I would argue that for the lessons that you learned, for most of the lessons, not all of them, because you can't control for all of them, right? You can't be a perfect parent. You can't be you can't guarantee a perfect adult, like a childhood with no deaths, no accidents, no whatever the fuck else.
Mm-hmm.
What you can do is, like, you know, so for example, actually he's a creator in the space, and he talked to me recently about, like, he's talked to me over the years about how he's raising his kid, and one of the things that he's learning is learning when to put the ball down. He's teaching his kid, who is about like he's between like 7 and 9. I don't know his exact age. But he's learning like independent skills, like, laying out his clothes for the next morning, making sure that his lunchbox is like filled with all the things that he needs. And very importantly, he's letting his kid make mistakes. Like, like if his kid doesn't put together like a full lunch, then his kid will be cranky later. He knows that. He's not going to do the helicopter dad thing. He's going to let his child like learn that at a rate that is not going to like that's still going to teach the kid, okay, yeah, I should be putting together like a full lunch, but without actually like traumatizing him. Does that make sense? Like saying, okay, yeah, I'm going to yell at you because you are cranky because you put together a bad lunch. It's more like okay, bud, yeah, you didn't put together a good lunch, you get to try again tomorrow. Does that make sense?
No, it
Like,
makes sense. It makes sense. I think I'm just in a very different mind space. That's all it is. It's not that you're not making sense. It's just I stun locked myself on what I was saying earlier, and now I'm thinking back onto like how that went for me. And it's just like a very, very different circumstance, I think.
No, I think what you might have been talking about is like okay, I don't remember exactly what was the analogy, but like, I mean, okay, lessons that you learn if you lose a dad at a really like young age. Like if you had a good, more or less good relationship, or like a normal relationship with your dad, you lost your dad at a young age, you learn some pretty fucking harsh life lessons that cannot be replicated. And at the end of the day, you might come out and say, I'm glad I learned those lessons. But I think the important, and for you, you might consider that to be a formative part. And it is, right? But I think it's a question of, would you have preferred to have your dad for a few more years and not have learned those lessons? The thing that she's saying with the enjoy childhood part, right? She's not saying that the child shouldn't learn lessons that are important to learn. It's more
No,
along
I
these
understand what she's saying.
Yeah.
It's just even with the example that you're giving right now, that's like a very extreme lesson to learn, right? Like you've lost your father. The shit that like my experiences are very like comparatively speaking casual, right? Like I didn't go through the experience of losing my father. I'm talking more about things like, for example, my mom has always been a very like, she was prone to anger, not in the like, she'd never hit anyone. But she would yell like 0 to 100 in a span of fucking 2 seconds. So sometimes we'd go around, like if we had to go to, I don't know, like the council house, or if we had to call someone, or if there was like something that I was translating for, I would have to do the diplomatic part because she was going fucking ballistic and she didn't speak the language as well. So she would usually go ballistic in Polish language, which meant that nobody fucking understands what she's saying anymore. So like ideally, no parent should be doing that, but that's like relatively harmless compared to like the example of losing your father, whilst also teaching me a lot of like really valuable experiences that I probably shouldn't have gone through, but have benefited from without a shadow of a doubt.
Yes, I know. Look, I'll say that there are some things that are like cultural. There are some ways in which this is taken too far to mean basically that children should never be allowed to have bad experiences. I'm not advocating for that, right? What I'm saying is the way, and I don't know about this lady really, okay, but I would say when she says enjoy your childhood, she means things like not being parentified to the point where, because it's something that could affect you in your relationships going forward. It could affect you, for example, in not knowing when to let your siblings become adults. Like that's what happens to a lot of like older kids who were turned into parent roles. They don't know. They're often then on the hook financially or emotionally for their younger siblings. Like even if their younger siblings are adults, right? So that's what I'm saying is an example of, like the parentification that it might have been okay with you in another family, in another child, that would be not good, because in that family they're being held to all these standards. But okay, my phone is overheating. It is over 100 degrees here, which is like, what is it, like 40 degrees? So I'm gonna go inside. I'll talk to you later.
Take care. Take care.
Right, bye.
Yeah, we could have carried on, but unfortunately, beans and technology, it's just one of those things that doesn't mesh together. It is what it is. Unfortunately, we have to make do. Thank you for the hydration redeem. I'll take a quick sip, my friend. I really do. I need to sort out this camera thing, because you don't see half of the shit that I'm doing, and I feel like that fucks with your experiences quite a lot. Now, I'm not getting any comments about the camera setup being dog shit, and I don't know if that's because nobody actually gives a fuck about the mini building part of the stream and you're here for something else, or if it's just because it's maybe not as bad as I'm thinking, or if it's something else entirely. But I am going to tweak that camera so you can actually see me gluing that shit together. I have a follow-up, but I'm waiting for the video to finish. I will finish the video because we've only got a minute left in that case.
Right? If you made it all the way to the end of this video, thank you so very much, and thanks once again to my patrons for all of their involvement in my videos. I'd be keen to know what type of dad you have. I personally think that there could be overlaps between all of them, really. So if you're like me, you're like, dad who? Then maybe this is giving you some insight into like the weird world of girl dads. And for anybody who had anything other than a type 3 positive girl dad, I am so incredibly sorry. Extra special thank you to all my top tier Trash Panda enablers: Alana, Anna, Anna Marie, Ashley King, author Noelle Alexandria, Back to Fly, Be in a Jar, Baguette, Buttmunch McGee, Carolina Violet, Carrie Wilson Bridges, Chris Ann, Christopher Gutierrez, Connor Hackett, Christina A, Danielle, Dr. Worm, Dr. Bun, L.
When I do my Patreons at the end of my video, should I be reading your names out? Because sometimes big YouTubers do, but I think they only read out like the new people, and I don't really have new people in my Patreon. But I can read out the people that I do have, because I value the people that I do have. Alright, yeah, so that video's over. So, Chido, you had a follow-up question, my friend. Bang away. It makes me feel important. You gotta foster the parasocial relationship to get even more money. Are you in my Patreon, Johnson? I know you've got your name read out, but that's because, is that because of Patreon, or is that because of the subathon? Because if you're not even sub to my Patreon, boyo. No, I don't do Patreon. Come on. Everyone should do Patreon. Everyone should do Patreon, and I would be very grateful for that. I like me some Patreon. Plus, Patreon takes like almost nothing. I get like almost 100%. It's very, very good. In that specific sense, Patreon is fucking excellent. Unironically, on God, for real. I think it's unironically something like I think I'm currently making $55 a month on Patreon, and I think I get like 52.5 out of it. That's my Facebook, by the way. I can only apologize. Just like I don't believe in Twitch bits. Fair enough, my friend. Fair enough. Also, I wasn't showing you these. I always show you these, but today I was distracted. Look, we've got all 5 now. I'll probably have to tweak them a little bit, because I can see that I fucked up here a little bit. I've definitely fucked this one up. The shoulder guard here is way too high. But actually, do you know what? As long as the... to be fair, they're not that bad. This is the one we've just done. So we've got the 5 Vanguard Hunters, and now what I want to do is I've got 3 more. Now we're only 3.5 hours in, so we do have time. I want to do not the Vanguard Raptors, because I've already got these. I've already done these. I want to do these ones right here, the Ether Wings, which these should be like a fucking 2 or 3 pieces per each, I think. Answer Chido already. I didn't realize Chido. Oh, Chido did ask. Sorry, that message escaped me. So like, are there no sort of connectors slash fits at all? Every piece can naturally be connected to every other piece in an arbitrary placement slash orientation, e.g. you judge based on pictures whether you're supposed to glue. No, the way it works, Chido, so I don't want to show this to you because the surface is reflective and I don't want it to reflect my face by an accident. But if you're not a fucking idiot, which you will be fine with, me having ADHD means I don't fucking read. And then I have to, you know, take extra steps in order to fix my inability to fucking read. Which, in fairness, I will still say, I have done this a number of times now. All of my minis are, like, combat ready. You know what I mean? Like, small fuck-ups here or there, but I'm still doing it. These are numbered. The plastic that you've got, this one, with all the shit in it, it has numbers. Like, this is number 6. This is number 45. This is number 47, right? Because these are different pieces. This is number 1. No, this is 7, actually. This is 8. You cut out the right number and you put it together in a way that the image tells you to put together in. So I'll give you an example right now. So there's 1 and 2. So we're looking for number 1 and number 2, which I don't believe are on here. So this one we're not going to fuck up, okay? This one we're going to do together, big IQ, no fuck-ups here. So number 1. Number 1, it's this one, because I can see the image as well. It's the wings, right? The body of the bird. So we're going to cut this out. Also, it does, the bits where you're supposed to cut them, that's visible as well. So the, like, you know where you're supposed to cut. You will fuck up the first few times, but after a while, it becomes, like, very, very intuitive. Okay, so we've got the number 1 and number 2. So we're looking for number 2 now, which is supposed to be the bird's sort of face. So number 2 right here. And we've got the bird's face and a little bit of the arm, actually. Leg? I don't know what the fuck birds have. It's an appendage of the bird. Okay, so I'm just gonna... You're answering someone else? No. That was you. So are there no sort of connectors slash fits at all? Every piece can naturally be connected to every other piece? No, I'm telling you, no. What do you mean I'm answering someone else? I'm answering... I said, for example, you judge based on the pictures whether you're supposed to glue a sphere piece halfway up the side of a cylinder piece versus 5/8 up the side, etc. Or the cylinder have a little notch or something that the sphere sort of fits into. Usually it does. Usually it has like a notch. That's why I'm trying to cut this out so I can show you based on a real example. I'm not reading it. I'm trying to show you in real time. So we've got the piece number 1 and the piece number 2. And it's supposed to, from what I can see, it's supposed to go in here like this, basically. So here, you have a connector. You have a triangular piece that it goes into, right? A triangle here. And you have the triangle head. And this can only come in here if you push it in fully. You cannot move this anymore. So you will put a little bit of glue on here, and then you will push that in, just like this. I'll do that now, actually. So I'll put a little bit of glue on here. Hands shaking in frustration? Nah, not even close. I'm just showing you so that you can see the specific bits. I'm not frustrated at all. Actually, you can't see very well now because of the other message. So we've got the body of the bird, and we've got the head. Now that I've put some glue in it, I'm just gonna push it in. And this fits very, very well, very strongly. Because this can only go in like this very specific way because of the way how it's designed. With their arms, with these dudes' arms, you don't get cool notches like that. It's a round fucking cylinder onto the other round cylinder, and you're supposed to use the shoulder guards to be able to tell how exactly their arm is like pointed. But I don't know if there's a method to it that I just haven't figured out yet, or if it's something else entirely, but that just doesn't fucking work. I've built a decent amount of minis now, and these guys specifically, Vanguard Hunters specifically, these guys with the hand crossbow and either the axe or the sword, depending on how you build it, their shoulders, the hands, the way how you connect the hands to the body, and then how you put the shoulder guards on them, it is very fucky to me. Now, again, I've fucked up the instruction again, but there's something about Vanguard Hunters specifically that makes it impossible for me to follow that instruction like a normal person. Does that make sense, Chido? Now we need 3, 4, and 5. Which are all here. Or does it not make sense? That's 3, 4, and now we're going to do 5. Mostly. Yeah, so for some of them, you have notches that just fit in very well. I can show you another example, because it looks like the number 3, which is, I think it's this one, it's the leg. So this is going to be another case of where the connector is actually very, very clear. So we have, it's supposed to go into this leg part of the bird, right? The quality is not ideal, but you can see that leg bit is missing. And I've got the leg here, right? Do you see? And that fits in here like almost perfectly, just like this. So I will now put a little bit of glue on here, and I will glue that in. And yeah, it basically depends on the piece. Sometimes the way how the connectors are made is really, really good, and it's very difficult to fuck up, and it's essentially quite like most of the work is already done for you. Some of it is just fucked, man. Or maybe it's just me being like really bad at this. It's also an option. Like I've got ADHD, so I will read the instruction and I will skip steps ahead. I'll get distracted by talking to you and I'll go back to those steps and I'll realize I'm reading the steps 4 and 5, but from the next page over. Could you take a head from any other model and attach it to the body with the same triangle type connector? For these birds, possibly. I'm not entirely sure. No, it doesn't look like it. No, different ones come with different... The triangle connector is the same, but the body connector, how it goes like in there deeper, that's not the same anymore. But for these dudes, you can put any head on any model because the head is just like a round fucking peg that you put in there. Bird? Yeah, bird. Etherwing. It's a bird. Okay, now I'm supposed to put these two together, 4 and 5. See what the fuck is... It's a tree. This one's just like a... Well, tree might be a bit of a strong word. A branch, I suppose. Okay, so the branch goes on like this. But so here, you couldn't fuck up with the head, even if you tried. With the other one that I was building, with the Vanguard Hunters, you could very easily fuck up with the head. But also, with them, the heads are interchangeable, so you can just... When you've realized you've made a mistake, you can either try and force it out of the glue, or there are ways to... there are, like, chemicals that you can use to sort of melt the glue away without damaging the actual plastic. And how does this go? Does this go in here? Like, how is this meant to go on here? See, confusion overtakes me. I've got this, and I'm trying to figure out how the fuck this is meant to go on here. Can't do that with cement, though, true. Well, no, actually, you can take the... It's complicated. It's sort of possible. It's just not very... From what I hear, it's just not an easy thing to do. Guess it's probably not like this. Maybe like this, then? Probably not. What the fuck? Okay, so I've got the tree. The tree goes in like this. And the bird's meant to... Bro. What the fuck am I supposed to do with this? It was an... See, sometimes... I've just realised... What bases are these? These 40 millimeters? Did I think those are 40 millimeters? Because it says that these are supposed to be on 32, but I'm pretty sure that these are... Well, so the tattoos there, gotta be careful. I'm pretty sure that these are 25. When is the boys segment? We can do that now. I don't know if we're going to watch the whole thing, but yeah, sorry, spoilers for The Boys now. I'll be ranting about how that...
Well, The Boys finale aired, and it's pretty much exactly what I was anticipating. Really underwhelming. The whole final season was unfortunately disappointing. Just a really weak finale, especially for all of the build-up that we've had for years now, and then, like, this season was billed as, you know, Homelander snapping, it's about to be nuts to butts, there might...
Is there a reason they make a bunch of little pieces to glue together instead of just making each model from a single plastic mold? Seems more cost effective. Part of the rationale is that apparently this makes it harder for the plastic models to break because they transport them in these like little trays of plastic. Part of the other thing is that I think... I think part of it is that people just maybe like building them this way. Don't you have a long-sleeved shirt on? Yeah, but I'm concerned about my my upper forearm.
Even be fucking boobies blowing up all over the place, everyone's fucked, that kind of thing. And yet this whole final season felt like the smallest version of The Boys so far. They took something that was like really big in scale and like dialed it into something much tinier and teenier. It's just, I don't get it. So like, I won't regurgitate all the points I was making for the first 6 episodes. Instead, I'm just going to focus mainly on the ending, but a little bit of some of the stuff I hated as well with episode 7 getting into it. So let's just dive into the spaghetti and the meatballs. Where do I even begin? I think one of the biggest flops here was like the introduction of V1. I don't think it actually did anything. I think it is solely there to set up Vought Rising. When Homelander does get V1, nothing changes. In fact,
it was an unnecessary plot line. Yeah, the whole thing was just they introduced a character that's supposed to be in Vought Rising just to basically advertise the show. They introduced that whole fucking the V1 in order to advertise the show. The whole thing was just a way to advertise Vought Rising. And it sucks. It really does. Because I wanted to finish watching The Boys, okay? And then I would maybe consider watching Vought Rising. But now, I don't know if I'll watch Vought Rising. Because I didn't like what you've done with The Boys.
Feels like it even depowers him. So V1... that's how the Soldier Boy and that original troop are able to survive the virus that was supposed to be like the, you know, basically kill switch for Soups. It doesn't work on Soldier Boy because of the V1, so then that becomes Homelander's new goal for most of the season to get the V1. Then he gets it, and then he wants to make an amusement park. So now we have an immortal Homelander who should be like in prime killing capacity. He's already snapped, views himself as God, and then does... nothing. Actually nothing. And in the final fight, he feels significantly weaker than any other time we've ever seen him. So the experimentation on Kimiko to get her to have the Soldier Boy blast, which basically turns Soups into normal average Joe Schmoes, he knows this, and while fighting for his life, he's been nerfed. It's like he's playing on like EU servers or something with lag. He is slow. He is not powerful. His laser eyes, which we have seen him actually cut Kimiko in half with, don't do anything to her. Like, he's not able to even, like, cut her in half anymore. Even though he uses his laser eyes directly on Kimiko, it doesn't, like, you know, pierce her chest, cut her in half, damage her in any way. She just takes it and then gets up like she got hit with a water balloon. So why is he so much weaker now when he has V1 as well? This should be like a, you know, Armageddon type situation, but they're treating him like a joke. And I don't mind like the final team up of Butcher plus Ryan against Homelander. I think that's very satisfying. And Kimiko being the one to have that blast, I think makes sense. I wasn't like, you know, that came out of nowhere and feels shitty. I was like, okay, I could see that. It makes sense, especially with, you know, Frenchie dying beforehand. I think that ties it together and works. But what doesn't work is how weak Homelander is. It feels really lame,
and
especially when you can.
That's the tip of the problems as well. The whole fucking every plot line that's led to that moment is either really, really, really fucking pushed, or it just makes no sense at all. Like, I'm down to suspend my like the suspension of disbelief thing. I'm fine with that. It's a fucking superhero show, but it's just so much about it that's shitty. Entire Sage plotline. I just want to say, Sage's plotline went nowhere, right? It didn't. Sage's plotline got absorbed into Frenchie's plotline to sort of write of those two characters so that they have something to do. But that fucking plotline went nowhere.
Consider a couple scenes before their final showdown, he took a guy to space like that. It was like an instant transmission from Dragon Ball Z. He had a guy, he didn't really fuck with him, so he grabbed him, he shot up into the sky, and then came...
That guy was supposed to be Elon Musk as well. That was sort of, that was mildly entertaining. It would be significantly more entertaining if not for the fact that the... just all of it felt cheap at that point, you know? It's, but yeah, the fact that the dude was supposed to be Elon Musk is kind of interesting commentary there.
Right back down, and when asked what happened, he said, oh, he's an astronaut, so I took him to space. Why couldn't he fly like that when his life depended on it? Why in the final fight, in the couple of times he tried to fly away, was it like me on a tricycle trying to get away? I don't get it. So, truly, I just don't think the V1 did anything meaningful to the plot of The Boys. Like, it gets introduced at the final season here, completely changes the trajectory of everything that had been building, because now we have another new side quest, another new doodad we're going to have to look into and stop from getting into the bad guy's hands. And even when it does, who cares? like actually, who gives a fuck? It didn't matter. I think they spent so much time on that to get Vought Rising, you know, off the ground a little bit, put some poop in that butt, that they kind of abandoned a lot of what they were building to previously. Like, example, one of the huge things was the flight recording where Homelander just lets the entire plane die in season 1. That was going to be like their big, you know, weapon against him in the public eye, and we built on that for fucking years. And then that gets dropped early on in the season, only to just be written off as AI immediately, which I get, like, yeah, that's an easy way out. You can just say, oh, it's AI, it's fake, and people believe it. That's what they do in the show. But why do that for this? Why build for so many years just to have them finally get to that
version of the superpower steroids? It's not the unstable version. It's the first version. It's the most superheroes that got V1 died outright. Not superheroes, sorry. Most test subjects that were given V1 just fucking died. But the ones that didn't die, the ones that made it out, it was the effects that it had on them were very different. Like, for example, one of the plot points in The Boys is that Homelander is aging, right? He's getting older and older and grayer, and part of that drives him into what he's doing because, like, he's sort of understanding that with all of that power, as much of like a pathetic piece of shit as he is, another thing that starts fucking with him is the fact that he is getting older. And it starts fucking with him. So part of the appeal of V1, other than like super powering up, is that everyone who had V1 and who survived it is immortal. They don't age. They are perpetual. They can be killed, but they can't die of like natural causes. So he gets V1 and it just, that plotline just goes nowhere.
That point where they release it, and then it's only like a fleeting mention of, oh yeah, that was a Starlight AI video. Didn't happen. So it just feels like, okay, that was a waste of time and doesn't really do anything in the grand scheme of things, huh? Same with Soldier Boy. He gets put back on ice. That was the big finale for Soldier Boy in the last episode. He gets choked out and put on ice again.
Soldier Boy's entire character in the last season fucking sucks. And that's another part that bothers me. I'm fine with you advertising your new show. I don't like you retconning shit in order to advertise your new show. So because they want to make a thing in Vought Rising out of Homelander and Stormfront, or whatever the fuck her name was, they created like a whole plot line of there being this fucking like love between them that was like not there. Not Soldier Boy, sorry. Fucking... Jesus, what's the character's name? Why am I drawing a blank on a dude whose name I was just saying a second ago? The guy who went on... the guy who went to sleep. Fuck me, I'm having a moment here. The fucking Captain America discount. Soldier Boy. Yeah, the Soldier Boy's whole thing is, like, his whole plot line this season just makes no sense. It's not a real plot line, it's just... It just sucks. It really just does.
Time. All they do with that character is they thaw him out. He acts wacky and silly and like tough for a little while. They can't really beat him. He talks about, you cum guzzling, jizz pirate, that kind of stuff. You butt bubbling, motorboat nut swallowing, scallywag. And then they put him back on ice when they can't figure out what else to do with him. So he just goes back into stasis. Like, come on. That's not satisfying at all. Like, it really feels like so much of this was built upon the idea that they had to find ways to keep it milkable because they have so many other boys projects already in the works. So now, we've waited all this time. This is supposed to be the big finale, and yet it feels like they're still just setting up things for other things outside the boys, which means the boys itself gets kind of strung dry and feels bland and feels like it's missing so many important components for closure. There's just so many things I didn't like about this, man. And even going back a couple episodes, Black Noir 2's death. Like, I think the breakdown of their friendship was handled well. Like, I think that was entertaining and done decently enough because they gave enough time to flesh out the Deep specifically, as well as, like, his obsession with being in Homelander's good graces so he could suckle milk from Homelander's tit. And Black Noir 2 was kind of standing in his way, so they start to have the breakdown, and then he, steals some of Black Noir 2's credit. That further strains it, and then it eventually culminates with him killing his acting coach, and then Black Noir ends up killing a billion fish, which the Deep is rightfully blamed for because of the oil pipeline and stuff that he was talking about, which then causes him to be excommunicado from water
figure
itself.
It out later, because I cannot be
because of that,
with
he
this
kills
right now.
Black Noir too, but they don't have like a real final fight or anything. He strangles him with a cord and then stabs him in the face, like in the neck. Black Noir 2 can fly. He's bulletproof. How the fuck is he getting choked by a cord? Like, I understand the Deep is also superhuman, so he's got strength.
But it's a normal cord.
The cord would break. Why wouldn't you just have them like actually fight? So that way it...
Because Kripke just wanted to get it over with so he can work on his next show. Like I said, the actual ending, and the series ended the way it was meant to, in terms of like the final showdown, at least as far as who was fighting and who died and how it happened, ish. But everything that led to it is the exact same situation that happened with Game of Thrones, where the showrunners had a different project lined up that they were now more excited for. They were feeling this is getting a bit stale because they've been working on it for years, and so they rushed everything, and it sucks ass.
Feels like, oh, this was a big deal. This was a, death befitting of a character you've spent this much time with, but instead it's just a fucking whimper. He gets strangled by a goddamn ox cord and then stabs him, and that's the end of it. And then he never gets mentioned again. Black Noir 2's name never comes up again. Not once. So again, it just feels really underwhelming. Speaking of, another character, Sister Sage. Holy shit, I have never seen a character that's supposed to be the smartest character in the world be used so stupidly.
It's her being used stupidly is one thing. The fact that her superpower is being like this smartest person alive, like fucking hyper 10 million IQ. She's so genuinely smart that she operates at a level where there is a different superhero who can read minds, and she cannot read her mind because of how far ahead of everyone she is in terms of her ability to think. She gets hit by the power nullifying blast, right? Power taken away blast. She loses her super intelligence and she becomes a fucking idiot as a result. Why couldn't she just be made an average human being? Why do they have to make her into like a fucking punchline now where she's super stupid and she proposes stupid things that would never work? Because this way, we know that she lost her hyper intelligence. Like, it's just lazy. I feel like I would get executed if I said I don't think the show is better than the comics. I have never read the comics.
Like, that character trait in other shows, like this is the smartest person ever, always leads to some really fascinating situations, and I think relies on good writing for it to work well. Here, that was just completely absent.
The writing's just not
Sister
good.
Sage at no point in this final season felt like the smartest character in the world. All she does is sit around, kind of do nothing. She then explains her goal of like, let everyone die so I can read in peace in my bunker. Like, okay, I guess. But she doesn't do anything to like actually get there using her intelligence at all. And then when she does like betray Homelander and go with the boys, she is the one that fucks everything because she, for some reason, decided to let Soldier Boy come through during the V1 transfer. And she didn't expect Soldier Boy to give Homelander the V1. Human emotion makes no sense. Love. I can't calculate it. I don't get love. Which is a cliche I've seen explored and you've seen explored in other smart characters. Love, the X Factor, the chemical X. No one can quite figure out the composition of it. Doesn't make any sense. It goes against logic. But it's like, why even bring Soldier Boy there in the first place? That did nothing to help with the goal of getting the V1. It just puts it in more jeopardy. So he shows up and then just does give Homelander the V1, and then she's fucking shell-shocked, and then spends the next episode just moping and watching Love Island and lobotomizing herself. And then when she does, like, dust it off after a motivational speech from Frenchie, she, like, helps one time with the experiment on Kimiko, which does actually have a big impact. But then that's it.
I love smart characters written by absolute one-digit IQ troglodytes. My favorite example of this is the protagonist of the Class of the Elite. I haven't watched that anime, so I can't speak to it, to that specific example. But in general, the problem is when they're just trying to overdo it. That's the thing that gets to me. Like, there's just no need for that specifically, you know? Like, you don't have to overdo it. Just do it, you know? I think it is what it is, right? They always have to have one of those hyper, super smart characters that they can't write properly.
Final episode, she gets hit by the Kimiko, chest blast, the big beam, loses her powers, and becomes average, saying, I'm stupid like all of you, and then fucks off to Disney World, or what was it, Universal Studios, I don't remember. She went to Orlando. So, she never did anything like the smartest character in the world was only the one capable of doing. She just does, like, basically nothing except check Frenchie's work and, like, change a couple numbers around to make it actually work better. It's just so weird because you would expect the smartest character in the world to have all these plans and account for everything imaginable, and, like, you're always playing into their palms because they know what's coming because they're that smart. But Sister Sage, the smartest person on the planet, she does nothing but eat Taco Bell, lobotomize herself, and doesn't actually do anything with her intelligence, like, ever. And then just goes to Orlando, and that's it. It's just such a fucking wild usage of that kind of superpower. Or really not even usage of it. It's, again, just underwhelming. That's just the word to describe everything with this whole final season. Everything about it was just so underwhelming. And even in this final season, they still found ways to focus on shit that no one cares about. Like, why do we have it was like a 2-minute scene of two like throwaway villains sniffing each other's assholes, telling each other what they had for lunch. That's in the second to last episode, and we're spending time with that kind of shit.
True.
Like, it's so...
That's also...
so little...
Because some of you guys haven't watched the show. He's not... That's not him being, like, cheeky and joking around. One of those characters is a cat. The other guy is like a bloodhound thing with, like, a very strong nose. And he is actually sniffing her asshole, because that's part of, like, their flirting thing, where he tells her what she had for lunch, because he's able to smell it in her ass. Second to last episode of the last season that was supposed to be Scorched Earth.
Worked about this finale, unfortunately. Like, Starlight vs. the Deep. This is something that I think had been building the entire series. And the Deep, you always had this sense like, oh, maybe he'll turn on Homelander. He's constantly belittled, but it never quite sets in. And I think that works really well for his character. So then it's a final showdown between Starlight and the Deep. All the terrible shit the Deep has done. There is no redemption to be found whatsoever. And their final fight, Starlight takes him to the beach. Why the fuck would she do that? That is where, presumably, he would be the most powerful. She has no idea that the ocean now rejects him. She is not aware of that at all. Why would she choose to take the Deep to the fucking sea to fight him? That makes no sense. That's the dumbest shit imaginable.
True.
What? Why? Of course it works out because the sea does reject him, which, again, Starlight doesn't know. So she does win, like, the hand-to-hand fight, and it's an okay fight, I guess. I would have liked to see it be, like, a little more, like, emotionally weighted. Like, it still felt fast. Everything felt rushed here because it's the final episode, and this whole season was written as if they had, like, 15 episodes to go. But it does ultimately end with him getting blasted into the sea, and it has kind of a callback to how he killed Black Noir's acting coach, the director. He gets ass murdered by a sea creature, a tentacle popping up from his butthole out of his mouth, and he dies there in the sea that now hates him because he betrayed them. Starlight had no idea that was the case. Why did she take him there? That's just ridiculous. Like, that is just dumb. There's a lot more I could yap about, but I've already been going for a little while, so let's just instead focus on some of the biggest things that make this so weak. And I've already touched on one of them, but the scale of it. This was billed as the Scorched Earth final season, and I think they did a great job building up to a Homelander just snapping and going fucking Insano style on the entire planet. And that's what everyone, myself included, was expecting to happen with this season. But none of that ever gets there. At no point does he go Scorched Earth. And in fact, in this...
Also a reference back to Deep's Octopus Lover, but it wasn't good. There were so many plot holes with that semi, because, like, we don't know how they knew. It's just... I don't even know how the fuck Deep lost, because, like, he's still a superhuman, right? Like, I understand that, like, it's the notion that, like, the sea creatures and the power of all of that, but, like, he's still, like, he shouldn't be losing to that fish, you know what I mean? Like, he's pretty fucking powerful, more so underwater. I think, what is it? I think it's season 1, where we see him jump out of the water, like, or rather, like, swim out of the water at such speed that he's able to, like, fucking leap into the air. It's just, like, what are we doing here?
This, like, genocide mode Homelander, he kills less people than he ever has in previous seasons and is far less threatening than he has ever been. I don't mind that they have him be like a sniveling, temper tantrum throwing loser that everyone makes fun of and constantly calls pathetic. I think that fits really well with what they've built for this character. But the whole thing is he has snapped. He is unhinged. He is a loose cannon. But he never actually does anything Scorched Earth. There is no big, like, holy shit moment or anything like that. It actually feels like a neutered Homelander. Especially in their big final fight, which I've already blabbered about. But one other thing I want to mention is, you remember how he kills Frenchie? He basically teleports across the building right in front of Frenchie. Why couldn't he do that in the White House? Why couldn't he just start doing that speed blitzing out of there? Or just speed blitz insta-kill Kimiko, just fucking, one tap there. Like, it doesn't make sense. He had already lasered her in half earlier, and now his lasers are so weak, and now all of a sudden he's so slow he can't fly away, he can't do anything we've seen him do before in the final fight. So the final fight doesn't even feel like a big moment either. It feels anticlimactic. It feels like it was like an inconvenience. The fights with Homelander and like with Soldier Boy were better. Like I don't want to go back into like the nitty gritty because I've already been blabbering.
That one fight where they almost got him, where it was Huey on Temp V and Butcher with his like other powers, and the first time that we saw Soldier Boy fight him, that was a good fight. I liked that one. Shame that it was better than the actual like end of the fucking TV show fight that we ended up getting, but you know, it is what it is. Shit.
Terrible shit the Deep has done. Global threat. He keeps like giving lip service about it, like if you're a non-believer, get ready to face oblivion and that kind of stuff, but it never happens. It gets cut short, and even leading up to that, it doesn't happen. It's so you just have a final season that feels like it's the the actual.
Oh, Father's death was also very, very stupid. It might actually be, I feel like, now I don't know if I'd stake this position after some more thought, but as like a very knee-jerk feeling, I feel like Oh Father's death might be one of the worst ones in this season in terms of how nonsensically fucking stupid it was. And there was so much potential because it was very clear that he is like almost tearing apart from Homelander because he doesn't want to, like, he wants to proselytize, he wants to convert people, he doesn't want to like kill them. Is this all separate from the MCU? Chido, this has nothing to do with the MCU. This is Marvel Cinematic Universe is a whole different company, whole different set of heroes. This is not Marvel at all. It's entirely separate. Yes, my friend.
Smallest season yet. Anyway, I do want to give a couple of mentions for things I did like in the finale. I'd already mentioned a couple of things I liked throughout the season, which again were pretty sparse, but in the finale, I did think they did a few things pretty well. Notably, Butcher. I do think they did a good job with Butcher. Aside from the final fight where he's using less tentacles on Homelander than he did on fucking Newman, he's now much more content to not really be using his powers all that much for some reason. I don't know why he doesn't really go all out with it, but whatever. I do think when Homelander gets depowered, is no longer a soup, Butcher does a wonderful job of being that boogeyman. Just early, like moments earlier, we heard Homelander say, "Do you think I'm afraid of William Butcher?" And then we see him just crying, begging Butcher not to kill him as he menacingly walks towards him, just unflinching, just diabolical. And Homelander is crying. He's saying, "I'll suck your dick. I'll eat shit on live TV, whatever you want. No, don't do it." That kind of thing, which I think is the perfect ending to Homelander. Exactly what that character deserves. Exactly where I was hoping it would go. And then Butcher does the crowbar into his skull, pops his head open, killing him. And on live TV, and everyone sees Homelander go out in a sad, pathetic, despicable whimper. And I think that was a really how we got into
I have seen a lot of Republican right-wing accounts, including Elon fucking Musk, cry about like that Homelander died pathetic, and he shouldn't have died pathetic because that strong men don't die like that. I saw a literal post talking about like strong men comparison. Homelander died exactly the way he was supposed to, as a sniveling little fucking bitch who was grasping at straws to survive, only to be fucking ended by Butcher. That is exactly what should have happened. That is exactly how that should have ended. Because his entire fucking storyline, time and time again, is that he, without his powers, he is nothing. With his powers, he's a man-child that, like, yearns for respect and love and understanding, and nobody fucking likes him because he's power hungry and a cunt and just like an all-around piece of shit. He died exactly the way he was supposed to.
Homelander versus Butcher. It's just a shame that how we got there was as weak as it was, because I do think they stuck the landing on the actual killing of Homelander. I think that is exactly what it needed to be. And I think what happens next with Butcher is exactly what needed to happen. He doesn't just instantly get forgiven by Ryan You know, he doesn't just all of a sudden flip this switch and now he's like the nicest guy ever. He's out mowing his lawn, waving to his neighbors and stuff like that. He doesn't get that happily ever after because William Butcher as a character is not someone who even thinks he deserves it. So I think them committing to that was the right call, where he takes the virus and he is going to finish what he started and what he always wanted to do of killing all of the Supes with this virus. So he goes, he gets everything set up, he's got his finger on the trigger ready to do it, and he is confronted by Huey. And I think this standoff between Huey and Butcher is exactly where things needed to go, exactly where things had been building with a final confrontation between these two. Huey, after everything he's been through, has not.
I mean, it could have been Sammy, but he
tiptoed on that. You know,
obviously, you can always make dialogues better, but he had to have been like sniveling and pathetic. That part of it had to have been there. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. He needs to be shown as like that absolute fucking nothing. Right? Like that's a genuinely really important part.
Line a little bit, but always came back to being the Huey that we had always known from the very beginning. He stayed true, which is something Butcher also makes a mention of. So Huey and Butcher, they clash, and Butcher is obviously fucking clobbering him. He is walloping Huey, and it looks like Butcher is going to follow through on killing all the Supes right in front of Huey. Even though Huey's like, this is your moment, I know you still have a heart, I don't need to be your canary, I don't need to be your Lenny, but it's not working. Looks like Butcher's going to go through with it until he eventually sees Lenny and he starts to take his finger off the trigger. Huey shoots him. And Huey felt he had no choice because Butcher, it looked like he was going to do it. It looked like he wasn't going to stop. And I believe Butcher wanted this to happen. I think that's pretty clear that Butcher was hoping that Huey would be the one to finally put a stop to him as well. Like in everything that he's suffered and everything that he's done, he can't help himself. He said he wasn't going to stop, even though it looks like he was going to, but he still seems like it wanted to put Huey in this position.
I think, Cheeto, if this ends up wanting a watch party, then like by all means, obviously 100%. If this doesn't want to do a watch party for whatever reason, I would still... I don't think you're going to lose anything by watching The Boys, even though now the ending of it is spoiled. I mean, everyone kind of knew how it's going to end. And it's still, I feel like, one of those things where if you watch it, I don't think you're gonna regret having watched it, you know?
Where he had no choice but to kill him. Because I think that's what Butcher wanted as well. His way of trying to atone for the past through Huey. You know, his view of him as Lenny and all that. I think that was a fitting conclusion for Butcher as a character, as well as Huey and Butcher's relationship. I think they did that well. I'm sure people will have their issues with it, but for me, I thought that was something they actually did well there. It was everything around it that didn't quite work, especially in this season where Huey and Butcher's relationship isn't really something that's thoroughly explored or really examined all that much, aside from like a couple of mentions here and there about like, oh, Butcher, maybe you do have a heart because you just pet terror. That's great. Awesome. Love to see that. Like it's something that they threw into the fucking back rooms and forgot about, but it's something that had been integral throughout the series. So I think that is a fitting conclusion there. I just wish the rest of the season also built up to it better. Sorry. Especially in the finale. But those are two things that I do think were done well, with Butcher and with Huey and Butcher at the very end. Outside of that, just there's not much. There really isn't. Oh Father was fine. I actually think Oh Father was a really interesting character, but then he just goes out like Black Bolt from fucking Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. It felt extremely quick for a character that had become such a big deal. But, they were running out of time. They forgot that it was the final episode, so now they gotta rapid fire all of this shit. Ashley then, grows a conscience and decides to come around to help the boys, which gets them in the position to fight Homelander, which I mean, they kind of sprinkled that seed of doubt, like maybe she'll turn, maybe she won't, even though in every other opportunity she doesn't. And then here all of a sudden she does make that decision, even though this is the one time when she turns that actually directly put her life in danger immediately because she goes into gunfire into an ambush to save them. Like, feels like if she was ever going to turn, it'd be on like one of the safer ones. But here she does make the plunge and it saves the day. Everything just happens so fast. It feels very rushed, which I expected. I think most people expected because this whole season had really dragged its feet and never really felt like we were reaching the end game. It never gets to where we were led to believe it would with Homelander going scorched earth or anything. It's just not a good finale, and it was not a good final season, unfortunately. So yeah, anyway, just wanted to yap about it, give my thoughts on it. That's really about it. See ya.
I feel him. I did not like it either. It's just, it's unfortunate. I'm at least happy they didn't Game of Thrones it, but I am genuinely not happy about pretty much anything else about this season. To be fair, for it was a final decision before Homelander's purge. I don't even know. They didn't even play that very well. You know, it was just so much more there. What are we no-pursing, Cheeto? Nope. No. I will genuinely never figure out how the fuck this final Etherwing is supposed to be on this. Absolutely wild. I have no fucking idea why Games Workshop does this shit that way. I don't talk in cinema. That's good. Only arseholes talk in cinema. The final was what we expected, but nothing more really. Yeah, it is just unfortunately, unfortunately we expected it because we had like lower and lower expectations with every episode. And I think that's important to, it's important to remember that, you know what I mean? Like it's not that we were expecting this because like X, Y, and Z. It's just that the quality was consistently going down and down and down and down. That's a weird thing to say, Doctor. Final fucking Etherwing is going to do my tits in. Alright, gang. I have to call it a night here. I thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I certainly did. I will not be live with you tomorrow on account of the fact that, like I said, I've got my bachelor's party this weekend and I was told tomorrow it starts. I will be back with you next week. I think, I certainly hope so. And when I am, there's going to be plethora of new content for us to talk about. As a reminder, we have our subathon in a month's time. A little bit over still, but you know, get yourself ready. It will be the 24th, 25th, 26th, and 27th of June. So that's going to be, you know, that's going to be big. That's going to be big. We're going to enjoy ourselves. We're going to have extra rewards. We're going to do a little bit of community sort of appreciation. So be there. And I will talk to you again quite soon. I'm going to find us someone to raid into, though. I am not seeing very many people on right now, so I am happy to take suggestions. Ooh, patch notes for Path of Exile are coming out today as well. So Path of Exile, we're going to be playing that soon again. I did not do a lot of Path of Exile 2 last season, but I will certainly do more this season round. At least I hope so. I got bored very quickly last season. Mr. Mombus, DTV is live. DJ Mule, Cheeto, how dare you? How dare you? Oh, somebody time him out. Oh, Cheeto. Good shitpost, though. Raid Hutch, he's a good boy. I am staying away from all of this temperature that's going on right now. I want fuck all to do with it. I shall not be doing that. We're going to be raiding into Mr. Mumbles. I'll be back with you next week. Thank you all for being here. Good night, sleep tight, drink plenty of water, and I'll talk to you again very, very soon. Bye now.